Had to count it up, I do the math. Ooh, ah. Had to count it up, I do the math. Ooh, ah.
Welcome everyone to Cult of Campbell. I'm Ty.
I'm Michael.
And this is our Valentine's Day special.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I stepped all over your snap.
That's fine.
It's 9 a.m., Tyler. Why are you drinking?
It's Valentine's Day.
Is that a reason? Do people drink at 9 a.m. on Valentine's Day?
It's not 9 a.m.
Like, God damn, I got to deal with my wife today. I need to crack this beer. That's just part. Is that part of your alarm in the mornings?
It is not. Yeah, I just have a.
You have your wake up alarm. Then you have one that says take your first drink so you don't get the shakes.
Breakfast beer.
It's a thing.
I'm sure it is.
You can Google it.
I'm sure it is. Nowhere near as refreshing as a shower beer. I'm sure that's a good way to indulge.
I still don't understand. I understand the concept.
You wouldn't until you had one. A shower beer is quite refreshing.
Well, I don't like beer.
I know.
I like good things.
Oh, beer's plenty fun. What are we watching today, Mike? Since it is our Valentine's Day special. Valentine's Day is tomorrow, so we're getting people in the mood, getting them excited for Valentine's Day. What are we watching?
What's Valentine's Day about?
Love,
and we are watching The Love Bug.
I should have been all edgelordy, been like commercialism. The corporations exploiting people's feelings.
It's a made-up holiday.
Yeah, I would have sounded like I had some originality.
You probably got some fans.
Yeah, probably would have. Yeah. It made that my personality. That would be cool.
But
I love when people do that.
Bruce Campbell, 97?
1997.
Yeah. Love Bug.
The first appearance of Herbie in 15 years at that point.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I didn't realize there was that kind of a gap.
Yeah. I guess the last appearance of Herbie was in the television series Herbie the Love Bug. You know how many episodes Herbie the Love Bug, the television series, lasted?
5.
5. Yeah.
Oh, wow. I was a guess.
5 episodes, yeah.
I was like, it's either really low or just some kind of weird long
5 episodes that show lasted.
I wonder why it failed.
I don't know.
Just no one likes a car that doesn't talk but kind of talks.
I guess. I wonder if it was just one of those shows where it wandered around, make people fall in love. I imagine is what the concept was.
Well, because it wasn't originally. What was the show called? Was it called Love Bug?
Herbie the Love Bug.
Herbie Love Bug. Because he wasn't always called Love Bug. I don't think.
I don't think so.
It was just like Herbie, like for the most part.
It's listed as the Love Bug franchise.
Maybe I'm an idiot.
His first appearance was the Love Bug.
Okay, I'm just fucking an idiot.
So it's always been an aspect of that character.
Bringing people together.
Yep. His last appearance, this was the penultimate appearance of Herbie. He'd have one more appearance after this in the 2005 film Herbie Fully Loaded, which starred Lindsay Lohan.
Which I think I watched once.
I don't think I ever watched it.
I don't remember, because I remember this one, Bruce Campbell one, being the one I mostly grew up with, because we had it on VHS back in the day.
This might have been the only Herbie movie I think I've ever seen as well.
I think I watched the other ones, but the other one, if I remember right, it's been so long. I mean, what are they from, the 60s or something?
I think they're 80s movies, I think.
Are they? That's like 60s.
Possibly. Let's see. The first appearance was in, let's see here. His first appearance was in The Love Bug. Yeah, 1968.
Yeah. Old films I don't hardly remember. I just remember being mainly based around racing. Like it was just like a racing bug.
There's 6 films total. You got The Love Bug, 1968. Herbie Rides Again, 1974. Herbie Goes to Monte Carlo, 1977. Herbie Goes Bananas, 1980. This film, The Love Bug, 1997. And Herbie Fully Loaded, 2005.
That's enough for me to do a spin-off podcast called of Love Bug.
Well, he has a bunch of other appearances. He was made an appearance in the Mickey Mouse Club series. There's an animated version of him in The House of Mouse.
Was it always Disney?
I believe so.
Just a little Disney live action. I mean,
yeah,
I guess it's in the same vein of like Chitty Bang and all that kind of stuff too. So.
Yeah, that's what I would think too. They should reboot it with Vin Diesel. Vin Diesel, get Wiz Khalifa to do a soundtrack. A Love Bug.
I don't think this needs done.
Soundtrack. It'd be Vin Diesel and Cardi B in her first starring role as they navigate the world of street racing. While also their feelings toward each other.
Man, that franchise is still going on.
And instead of a Volkswagen, Herbie would be like a a Dodge Challenger or something, like just fucking souped up.
I don't think we need that.
I'm honestly surprised in reading about this there isn't like a in production reboot.
I don't know if it'd have the draw. Really, it's kind of like
It doesn't matter.
it doesn't matter. All right, you're right. That's fair. So
Disney did a fucking series on Willow. Who was asking for a Willow series?
I didn't know that happened.
Yeah, they did a National Treasure series. Sans Nicolas Cage.
Okay.
Disney doesn't care. They own the IP. They'll put it on there. It'll be an 8-part Disney Plus exclusive.
They're just doing it to keep the trademark copyright and all.
Yeah, of course.
So starring Bruce Campbell, who else was in this?
This also starred. Oh, hang on, I was reading about something else. There's also a knockoff series called Superbug. It's a German knockoff series, but basically the same thing. A white beetle, number 53. Apparently it makes a cameo in it throughout the series, but it's never mentioned.
Car makes a cameo? I guess
throughout the series, but it's never directly called Herbie. So this series, this movie also has kind of a mini pre-Mummy, I guess, collaboration between two members of the 1999 cinematic masterpiece, The Mummy, are in this. You have, alongside Bruce Campbell, you have Kevin J. O'Connor, who you will remember from The Mummy as Benny.
Was that the brother? No, Benny was the bad guy.
Benny,
yeah.
Well, he wasn't the bad guy. He was the comedic protagonist, I would say. Or antagonist, the comedic antagonist. Then you have John Hannah, who played Jonathan, the brother.
Who keeps the same kind of accent. He's Scottish in this.
I assume that's his accent.
It probably is his accent. But he's Scottish in this. Wasn't he British in The Mummy?
I think so, yeah.
So that's just enough to keep it out of the same universe, I guess.
Yep.
I was hoping.
Now, this also has an appearance by the original actor, Dean Jones, who plays Jim Douglas, who was the original driver of Herbie in the Love Bug, the first movie, the 1968 film.
Nice.
So this movie, one of the things I found interesting about it is if you watch a lot of modern cinema, there is a new trend. It's not really a new trend, but maybe just like a prominent trend that we see a lot now. It's called the requel. Have you ever heard of a requel?
Is it like yes, I've heard it, but it's not prequel?
No, requel. So requel is a sequel / reboot.
Oh, okay.
Kind of think like that last Scream movie. How it was just Scream. It wasn't Scream 6.
Right.
Or Scream 5. It wasn't Scream 5. It was just Scream. And it treats it almost like a reboot of the series, but they do acknowledge the legacy cast of it. You had Cindy and Dewey and all them in it. This right here did a similar thing where it was almost an exact retread of the 1968 Love Bug movie, but they acknowledged that movie within this film.
Yeah.
Or they acknowledge the events of that, and even have the legacy cast as you would see in these requels. Dean Douglas comes in, or Jim Douglas. The character Jim Douglas comes in, and we get to see even they have the moment where he sits down in the car and they establish the legacy and things like that. So this follows all the tropes of like the modern day requel trend.
So it's not a new thing. It's been going on. It's just really getting hammered in these days.
Yeah. Now it's more of a prominent thing.
Right, because that's probably true for the people that are like the older people that were really into Herbie. Like that probably was like a big deal to see him in that car again. Say Herbie. Yeah. I could see that. But yeah, the old generation get that, but we couldn't get the 3 people on the screen at the same time and scream. Like
they were all in there, weren't they?
Not at the same time. They was never on screen all together.
Oh, wow.
All 3 of them.
I guess didn't pick up on that.
Yeah, it was rude.
It was kind of a forgettable movie, but
moving on. Any special thing about directors? How did Bruce probably get this? Is there any kind of weird connection? No,
there's nothing I see like as far as like Bruce got this because of anybody I'm noticing. It was directed by Peyton Tucker Reed is his name, and apparently he's still working today. He is even looks like he actually directs the Ant-Man movies now.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it looks like
come a long way.
He has a couple credits on The Mandalorian, which is a pretty big show.
Now you were talking about the Gold Rush film. Did that become before or after this?
It came after. He directed Back to the Future, the series, so that's interesting. He looks like he's still directing pretty prominent stuff today, so that's good on him.
You guys start with Bruce Campbell and The Love Bug.
It not like it was a start, but it was pretty prominent. He looks like he was in the Computer at War Tennis Shoes, which is a Disney movie that starred Kirk Cameron.
All right. So
Kirk Cameron.
anything else, do you see a budget for this film or no?
No, I don't see a budget on this here flick. This is a made for TV movie as part of the wonderful world of Disney. Wonderful World of Disney.
There you go.
Which was a straight people hear me talk all the time about Sci-Fi Saturdays.
Yeah.
Where it was this evening where they would have a made for TV low budget film branded with the Sci-Fi Channel. That was basically the idea between Wonderful World of Disney, is that it was just these straight to video Disney flicks. Bruce did another one, which we might do here at some point, called Gold Rush, starring Alyssa Milano and Bruce Campbell.
Don't even see her boobs.
No, I don't see her boobs.
Disney, you're slacking.
Well,
I don't think Disney's ever done anything like that. Well, I guess they had the Little Mermaid penis that,
Yeah, that wasn't their decision. They had back in the day Hollywood Pictures, which was their more like adult oriented stuff. I'm sure there was some. Well, there were some boobs in there in those movies, but
neither here nor there. So I got some quick little 5 things about this film just to have something.
Let's hear them.
I haven't quite read them through yet, so we'll learn together, shall we? Bruce Campbell's character, Jim Douglas, was originally written as a down-on-his-luck race car driver.
His name's Jim Douglas, and his name's Hank Cooper.
Oh, who's Jim Douglas?
Jim Douglas is the Legacy guy.
Oh.
Which I understand, this is basically a remake. They just changed the names. So Jim Douglas
so it's probably originally written, let me just read the rest of it. It was originally written as a down-on-his-luck race car driver, which kind of is.
Yeah.
However, the filmmakers felt that Bruce's unique comedic style would bring something extra to the role and rewrote the part specifically for him.
Oh, nice.
So this is a made for Bruce role.
Role. It kind of shows.
The film was originally planned as a live action animated hybrid film. But the filmmakers decided to go with all live action after they saw the success of the Disney classic Mary Poppins. My reference, is this referencing the 67?
You're referencing.
I think this is referencing the 67.
Yeah, that's right. Because I was saying Mary Poppins is out.
Hold on now.
Let's
go find a different list, guys. This is some bullshit.
40 years ago.
Hold on. I was like, that doesn't. Wow, 1997. Look at success of Mary Poppins. Let's do a.
Hey, Mary Poppins finally broke even.
Yeah, never mind that list, guys. Never mind that list.
Well, the first one was relevant.
Yeah, I guess. I ain't even gonna go. I deleted the list. It's gone. It's gone. We're not doing that. Tyler, just take us to the next segment. That's a bust.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, settle in. Hope you guys are having a good time and getting ready for your Valentine's Day excursions, whatever it may be. But for now, let's go ahead, let's buckle up, and let's get groovy.
Grab your boomstick and fire up the Delta. It's time for ACTION. Join the Cult of Campbell. Groovy.
And if you're lucky a little later, I'll let you play with my boomstick.
The Love Bug, 1997, made for TV Disney flick. Mike, when's the first time you've seen it?
I had to be probably about around when it came out, because I remember we had it on VHS, so I had to be 8 years old or something like that, 8 or 9, probably watching this. Because I remember I'd watch it on my own too. I would myself would put it in to watch it. It's a long time I've known about this film, and I brought it up to you today to record it. You're like, well, I couldn't find it. And
yeah, I never will find it.
God bless us. We found it on YouTube.
Yeah.
Completely free if you guys want to watch it.
We did. I was surprised. I've looked for this on DVD and was able to find it because it got released on VHS. Yeah, I could not find a DVD. I looked everywhere. I think it might have got released on DVD in a multi-pack, but I can't ever find it.
Yeah.
I think. But no, first time I watched it, I think was I had to have been when it was on VHS for sure. I know my grandma and my grandpa used to buy the VHSs for us. We had a bunch of grandkids, they had a bunch of grandkids, all of us. And this was definitely one I watched there. I think this is honestly the only Herbie movie I've ever watched because I cannot recall anything else from these movies.
You remember nothing of it, huh?
I remember nothing of this movie or any of the other Herbie movies, but I know this was the only Herbie movie I'd ever seen. I can't tell you for sure if I watched the Lindsay Lohan one or not.
It was a lot more. They did a lot more. If I remember correctly, they did a lot more wackier CGI things with Herbie and that one. That was 2005, right?
Yeah, it was 2005. So that's when it was really kind of pushing the whole. Every movie had to have a bunch of CGI in it. So
right, that's fair. I just wonder what the draw was for Herbie as a film anyway, as a franchise. Because how many? 6 films?
6 films total.
Wonder why it was such a big draw. Like,
it's a recognizable name. I mean, anytime you see a Volkswagen, don't you just think Herbie?
I do, I guess.
Yeah, even me. I'm not a big Herbie fan. I've never seen any of the movies, but every time I see a Volkswagen Bug, I immediately think of Herbie. So I imagine just that resonates. This right here was clearly like a legacy sequel, remake, reboot thing. So I think they were hoping to capture that feeling of maybe grandparents or parents who grew up with Herbie can watch with their kids.
Right. I'm pretty sure the last scene of this film, which we'll get to, is like, I think that also happened in like the older version.
From what I understand, aside from the introduction of Horus, the hate bug, this was pretty much basically a remake of the original movie.
Oh, like might as well almost be a shot for shot kind of thing.
I think at the beginning at least.
Okay.
And then they introduced that horror, a lot of the elements anyways, like the whole Herbie locking the two in the car.
Oh yeah.
All that stuff.
Just bringing people together.
Killing them with carbon monoxide. One of the two.
So the movie starts with, what was his name from The Mummy?
From The Mummy? That is John Hannah. And in this movie, he plays a superstar.
Formula One racer.
Yes.
He's now racing in other circuits.
He calls them like small cars. Apparently he got caught cheating.
Yeah, so I can't remember why
because he's a psycho. He's a egomaniac, basically. But this actually starts out with Jim Douglas, played by Dean Jones from the original, telling us the story of Herbie, the Volkswagen.
Catching the kids up.
And then we're introduced to Simon Moore III, played by John Hannah. And he has somehow acquired Herbie and is racing him and comes in dead last. I
think it's just because Herbie didn't like him.
I think that's the implication, is that Herbie just did not, because Herbie has, I guess, a good judge of character. So he was not keen on Simon Moore the third. So came in dead last, and Simon tells his sidekick, get this car, junk it. I don't want to ever see it again.
The end of the line, pal.
End of the line.
Gets towed away.
I like how they always refer to Herbie as a little car. Where it's like a little car. They constantly always call him the little car.
Oh yeah.
Which fits, but I don't know. I noticed that they constantly call him little car.
It's just a little car.
It's a little car. He's just a little car. So he takes him off. They take him off presumably to a junkyard, and that's where we're introduced to Hank Cooper, played by Bruce Campbell. 3 minutes into the movie, and we get to see Bruce. So
get to see the chin himself real quick.
Get to see him, right in there. And he is a mechanic, and he basically works this auto shop that's not doing so great. His boss tells him hey, you're about to get the boot unless you compete in the second annual Big Fix Off.
And basically this race, what they have to do, all these mechanics get them together, and they call number one at a time. You draw a number to see in what order you get to pick a car. So, call one, guy goes up, stands to a car. This is one he's going to try to fix up for this 1 lap race.
Yep.
And Bruce's sidekick guy, who's the other mummy guy.
Yeah. That's,
what's his name?
Rodney, I believe is his name.
Yeah, he's like, why is no one picking that car? And Bruce is like, well, it's a piece of junk. I'm like, it makes me think back to high school. I was always the last one picked and whatnot. And Bruce's number gets called, number 7, I believe. And he goes and picks this little car, this little piece of junk, to be the one he's going to try to fix up. Because I don't know how long it gave them, probably like an hour or two or something.
Yeah, it was timed, yeah.
And they had to fix the car up. And it just one lap around with these cars, they fixed up. And he's sitting there fixing it. And Herbie starts beeping at him, trying to tell him what to fix. I think it was like a carburetor or something was wrong.
A catalytic converter. I don't know.
Spark manifold
plugs,
or
needed his windshield wipers topped off.
Flux capacitor was busted.
Yeah. Tires were inverted.
Yeah, because the Herbie beeped and the guy was like, it sounded like he said this. And he's like,
so Rodney, played by Kevin J. O'Connor, he basically thought the movie is the voice of Herbie. He understands Herbie very well, and he'll just Herbie beeps and Rodney will kind of translate for him, like, oh, he's saying this. Like, he just somehow understands him. Rodney is like he's an artist, like a sculpture artist.
Yeah, he works with like junk.
Yeah, works with junk. He's the one that got Hank the job at the mechanic shop. But yeah, he basically becomes the voice of Herbie throughout the movie.
Which somebody had to be. I wouldn't understand those beeps. Some you could. Some are very blatant, but you know.
Yeah, they're there.
So he gets it fixed up, and they go to start this race, and they do the countdown, and all these cars, like, they just, like, some of them just explode before they can't even wave the flag, and some other cars' tires burst, and then they wave the flag, and a lot of the cars take off, and Herbie won't start. He's just sitting there not starting, and guys yelling for him to there was like 3 or 4 cars left on the line, and they were getting him out of there, and tow truck was coming to pick up Herbie, and what's Bruce Campbell's?
Hank Cooper.
Hank was just like, come on, buddy. If you could just start for me, we both could use a break here. And just turns on, slams on the gas, and like does a wheelie around a quarter of the track.
Yeah. Herbie was very, very appreciative of Hank's kindness. He wasn't mean to him. He asked him nicely.
Yeah.
So he got off and took him around the track, and they won. That was the prize, was that you got to keep your junker. If you won, you got to keep it.
Oh, yay.
Yeah.
But the bigger draw of it was that the shop got put on display. It's like, who do you work for? And there's like, whatever, Chuck's shop or something.
I have no idea.
It was something. I'm bad as the bad guy. He couldn't remember either.
Yeah, it was Chuck was the guy that played it. Chuck was played by Clarence Williams III. I know him best from the Reindeer games, but he is most famously from the Mod Squad TV show from the 60s. He's also in Purple Rain, Tales from the Hood. He's in there pretty prominently.
Oh, yeah. He was like the guy telling all the tales.
Yeah, he was basically the Crypt Keeper from Tales of the Hood. American Gangster. But yeah, I know him best from Reindeer games, just being a fucking asshole in that. But yeah, he's been in a lot of shit. Merlin was his name in Reindeer games. But yeah, he was in a lot of stuff.
So he gets to take let's talk about the judges real quick, I guess. So happens that the judges of this race, why they needed judges?
I don't know. It seemed like the race pretty much judged itself. It's like you fixed it and you won.
Yeah, because there's some guy, he just owned some team, and he wanted it turned out that he just wanted some kind of like clown show with this car or whatever.
Yep.
And the other judge was the bad guy. I forget his name.
Simon Moore the Third.
Horrible with these names.
Simon Moore the Third.
Simon, he was like, why? How's that car able to do that? It wouldn't do that shit for me. He's like, something's up with it. And the other one is lady. She writes.
Alex Davis.
Reporter
Alex Davis.
Reporter Alex Davis writes for a magazine or something. And
she's played by Alexandra Wentworth.
And she also used to date
Hank Cooper.
Hank Cooper.
Yeah, man, she doesn't have a lot. Looking at her filmography, she doesn't have a lot. She's a comedian. She was in one episode of Seinfeld. She was in Office Space, the Mike Judge movie from the 1999.
You used to feel for that movie.
Huh?
You used to feel for that movie, like, it's accurate.
It's very relatable. It's very relatable. If you ever worked in an office, it's very relatable. Yeah, she was in Living Color. Apparently, she's not for 6. She was a main cast member in Living Color. So
she seems familiar to me. I just wouldn't be able to place her anywhere.
Seinfeld. Jerry Maguire. She's in Jerry Maguire. Yeah, that's where you know her from. But yeah, she's not in a whole lot of stuff. But yeah, she apparently, her and Hank had a thing in the past. It didn't work out. So
yeah, and Hank, he lets the third, whatever the fuck his name is, let him know. It's like Simon. Hank lets Simon know. It's like, yeah, I thought you recognized me. He's like, why would I recognize you? He's like, well, I used to race. I used to race with you. He's like, did you ever beat me? He's like, well, no. Like, oh, that's why I don't pay attention to people that I just throw in the dust. So I just made Bruce, feel bad.
Asshole, yeah, what an asshole.
And he goes up to the next girl, and he's like, well, hopefully you remember me. He's like, yeah, I do. And so there's some bad blood there.
Yep. Now they end up taking a little ride because Alex just can't believe that this little car can go that fast. She can't believe a small car like that can go that fast. And
because no one wants to believe that Hank just fixed it up. Like,
right.
He's like, because that's what he kept. Because he didn't know.
Right.
He was just like, well, stock it couldn't, but after I fixed it up, it was able to do whatever. I'm like, okay. But even his tone and mannerisms, like, he's full of shit.
Yeah.
Like,
so Hank and Alex, they decide to take a little ride in Herbie, and Herbie starts driving itself. Takes him on this wild ride, almost takes him off a cliff.
now imagine if Herbie was just like a little clumsy. They're just fucking dead. Just over. Movie over.
Because he does put the tires to the edge. Like it stops like the last possible millisecond.
Yeah.
And
they're just locked in this car.
They're
now.
locked in there, and they have to start working out their relationship issues. This is the same exact scene, almost shot for shot, they did in the original movie with Jim Douglas and Carol Bennett. So it's pretty much like the exact same scenario.
And she was like, because he broke up with
Call
her,
back.
I guess. And she was like, yeah, why did you break up with me or whatever? He's like, well, you just talk about racing too much. Oh, she's like, oh, I'm sorry. You're a race car driver. Like, here's a bit of advice. How about you just don't blow a girl off that shows interest in your interest? Like, well, you kept talking about how I was crashing and losing. Like, I don't want to hear that all the time. I guess she wasn't very empowering or anything. So, who's in the right, Ty? Who's in the right? Who's in the wrong? Were they on a break? You know.
Yeah, I think they were on a break. They're just on a little break. There's a little misunderstanding. They just needed a classic Ross and Rachel break. That's all it was. That's all it was. You know, I only know that reference because there's a person in my apartment complex that has a.
They have the rug or something?
Have the rug, that doormat. It's the only way I know that reference.
They were on a break.
They have the rug. It's like it's a delivery rug where Ross and Rachel on a break. Yes and no. Put your deliveries on it. That's the only thing. We need to make one. We need to get some merch. Bruce Campbell groovy, not groovy rugs.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Let us know if you want that.
Yep. Let us know. We'll consider it.
We'll consider it.
We'll consider it.
Oh no! I'm being attacked.
These dogs, these Cult of Campbell animals,
I'm being attacked by a shit suit.
these Cult Talknet animals
God damn
just
it.
love to interfere with the mic stuff. If it's not Gypsy pulling the thing off the table, it's Shy
jumping all over your lap.
right across it.
Hi, Shy. Anyway, where do we go
She
next?
has some opinions on the movie as well.
The car actually shut off anyway. Moving
Yeah,
on.
Shy. Well, take it over, Shy.
You can't even hear
She's
her.
got it. She's got it.
She just wants me to pet her.
No, she's taking over. Groovy or not groovy, Shy?
She ain't having it. So after they get talking for a little bit, Herbie's like, all right, we done some damage here. We made him talk. And they let the car starts up and allows Hank to drive it. Like, gives control back.
Yeah. So they go back. This also so Roddy. We talked about Roddy earlier, played by Kevin J. O'Connor. He knows almost immediately there's something special about Herbie, and he's, like I said, he understands Herbie. He's able to translate for him, and he's trying to convince Hank, like, this car, like this car is like special, and for whatever reason, it likes you a lot. And Hank is very dismissive. Doesn't want, he doesn't see cars that way or whatever. Now he convinces with the whole reconciliation thing he does with Alex. Hank and her decide they're going to go on a date. They're going to go on a little date to an art gallery, out to dinner to an art gallery.
Which I don't even know if that was the plan.
I don't know if that's where it ended up because
he said he promised his friend, he promised, like, letting her know when she showed up. It's like, yeah, I promised I'd show up or whatever.
Yeah.
So I think they went and, like, ate food or something.
They did go to dinner. Alex had to pick it up because she put it on the magazine.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she put on the company card because it was technically an interview.
Nice.
So,
tax write-off.
Yeah, tax write-off. They go to the show, and Roddy has brought Herbie to the art show. He's showing off Herbie.
Yeah, I think the thing he made is still there beside it, but everyone's just, like, mesmerized by Herbie there, and there's, like, this couple are, like, thanking him as, like, saying it's beautiful. And
I wonder if that's Trendy Man and Trendy
it had to be
in the credits.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, in the credits it was like trendy guy and trendy gal.
Yeah, that's probably Trendy Guy and Trendy Gal.
Yeah.
At this museum, there's also Simon. Simon's there.
Yep.
Simon Moore the Third. Simon Moore the Third. He's there, and he is just an unbelievable asshole in this whole thing.
Yeah, he's just trying to check out the car again. Like, why is it able to do that? Because I guess we forgot when they were driving around, it did like he witnessed Herbie do like hydraulic type shit too, like jumping off the ground and everything. Yes. So he just wanted to go check out the car again. And he's like, I know it's just, there's something going on with it.
And he hops right in the car against Roddy's protest.
Yeah, locks himself in there.
And pops the key out, takes the key. Which the key confused me because like I'm very confused. So the key was implied like, oh, it needs a key to start, but it doesn't because it's like driving around without a key. But then when it's this whole movie is a lot of like convenience stuff. It's a lot like a Hallmark movie.
Yeah, that's fair.
Where there's a conflict and you're like, oh man, this conflict. Whew, thank goodness there's a resolution right here.
Glad that's over. That was rough. 30 seconds.
Man, I'm getting a little nervous with this conflict. It's a good thing I got the resolution right here. Thank God. And it's just whew, patch that up really quick.
Yeah,
that's a lot of what the movie is. The key confused me. Cause like the key, he pulls it out, and I think, oh man, like now they can't start Herbie. But no, Herbie drives Roddy home. I didn't understand what the point of the key.
Yeah, even Bruce Hank was like, "How'd you get home without?" Because he was there trying to find the key for one of the judges came by, and this is where he found out he was just wanting Herbie for a sideshow or whatever.
Yeah. Guy with a shark car for some reason, randomly.
Yeah. I had to rewind it so Tyler could see it. I was like, look at this car this guy's driving.
The guy just has a freaking shark car out of nowhere. And it's never explained or seen again.
Yeah, I don't know what business he owns. A shark car is relevant, but he has would you drive it?
I'd drive it.
Yeah,
cool. If you want to know what we're talking about, watch the entire 1997 Herbie the Love Bug movie. You'll know what we're talking about. Quick reference for you.
But he couldn't get the car started for the guy, and Hank asked, names.
Roddy.
Remember
names.
I can't remember names. So Hank asked Roddy, it's like, how'd you get home last night? He's like, well, Herbie drove me. I'm like, what the fuck? And he's like, well, why won't he start for me? Like, well, he doesn't want to be a sideshow.
Yeah.
And, Bruce kind of tells the guy to screw off because he thought he was going to be like part of this guy's driving team and such. And basically tells him, go away.
Yeah, he just needed a little clown car to entertain the fans at the halftime or something like that. That's all he wanted.
And and then Chuck, he was like, sorry, Hank, I didn't know that's what it was when he invited him over or whatever.
I mean, hell, it still worked out. I mean, the whole little fix-off thing worked out pretty good for the shop.
Yeah, they had so much business they couldn't keep up with it.
Yeah. So also, rewind it back a little bit during the whole scene with Simon at the art gallery, and he locks himself into Herbie. Hank actually gets him out of the car. They have a little scuffle, little disagreement, not like a fight or like that. But Simon notices on Herbie, there's a little like nameplate that basically tells who it was built by. It was built by a man named Dr. Gustav Strumfeld. Strumfel is his name.
Sounds Nazi if I ever heard his name.
It does sound. Well, he's played by a Jewish guy, so.
Oh.
Yeah.
Never mind.
He played by Harold Vernon Goldstein.
Yeah, not Nazi anymore.
Nope.
Sorry, everyone.
Nope. He's a 5-time Emmy Award nominee.
Oh, really?
5 times. Yeah.
For this film?
No. He's apparently been in over 300 television shows, 20 major motion picture productions, and 100 stage plays.
A major guy just out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere. I'm trying to find out because his name is Harold Gould is his stage name. And we have in here another actor, Dana Gould, who plays the sidekick of Simon Powell III, and I'm wondering if they are related at all. I'm trying to find out here if they are. It does not say they are, so it might just be a
coincidence.
Just a coincidence. It looks like it's just a coincidence. So
just common name, Tyler.
Just is.
Let it go.
Yeah, just a common Jewish name in the acting world. He actually is a writer and producer of The Simpsons. So
finding all these weird connections going on right now.
I don't know why this didn't lead to Bruce being on The Simpsons. That's one thing I think is eluded Bruce.
Has he never been on The Simpsons?
Never been on The Simpsons. I would say The Simpsons. Yeah, right. The Simpsons and Saturday Night Live, I feel like, are two things that Bruce needs to accomplish.
He has just been on just that line of just being just big time famous. So close. Yeah. Like, I don't know what role would put him. Like, I don't know what he needs because he should just be there. Honestly, he should be a guy when you tell people like, Bruce Campbell. There's a lot of people I still talk to like, well, I think I know who that is. And,
yeah, that's the way it always is. Burn Notice. I always go to Burn Notice. People usually pick that up. But yeah, the fact he's never been on The Simpsons or Saturday Night Live is two things I think Bruce needs to tick off the old bucket list.
Maybe it's by choice. Maybe he has a grudge against somebody at Simpsons.
Probably the Dana Gould.
Yeah.
Maybe some bad, some drama happened behind the scenes.
Some bad blood.
Love Bug.
Hate to see it. What happened after that?
So after this, Simon Moore tells his little sidekick, played by Dana Gould, go find this scientist. Go find Dr. Stromfield. I want you to go to Germany and find Dr. Stromfield. Well, within the next couple of minutes, turns out Dr. Stromfield isn't in Germany.
Damn, is he dead?
No.
He
lives down the street.
Yeah.
Right on the street.
How fucking convenient.
He's just right down here. Like, you want to meet him? Let's take a walk down the street. They find Dr. Stromfield, bring him to the I guess Simon Moore's lair.
I think it's like his facility, while his father is more like it, but it's where like he gets his cars worked on and everything. Yeah. It's his office.
Like a gigantic automotive factory for some reason.
You might as well call it a lair for intensive purposes.
It's a lair. Dr. Stromfield tells him the whole story about how he created the original Herbie, which is this Herbie. Everything that went to it, he had to use all these magical ingredients.
He used a giant cauldron to stir the metal.
Had a giant cauldron that he stirred it with a giant wooden spoon, like it just bubbling and throwing
like a witch. This man's a witch.
That's basically what it was. And he ends up creating Herbie. And the secret ingredient was a picture of his wife.
Yeah.
It needed to have a very personal object infused with its material.
And he's like, I have nothing to back it, but I believe all the love I felt for my wife went into that car from that picture.
And Simon Moore tells him, you're going to make me a car, and I have a giant factory to do it in. Dr. Stromfield says, well, I need a something that you love very, very much to be the secret ingredient. And Simon Moore's secret ingredient is a picture of himself.
Yeah. And then he got all of his own mechanics up so they could add the modifications to the car that
he wanted.
The doctor was making.
Yeah, we'll see all those play out in the final battle. And guess what happens?
What happens?
They create a Herbie, but it's not like Herbie. This one is black.
It's black.
It's black.
They
black as night.
Yeah, black as night.
Yeah, black as night. Not racially black. The color black.
They did make it accidentally a white versus black kind of film there.
They did.
Between cars. I mean,
it was the 90s. It was a different time.
Just
people weren't as socially in tune.
Yeah, there was some misogyny going on.
Yeah, there was some open misogyny, maybe some racial undertones. I think we're kind of creating this narrative for. I don't think that the implication was ever for Herbie to be this.
It was just supposed to be the opposite of Herbie.
I think it's more just like that. Classic archetypal black versus white. The collars, good versus evil.
Wouldn't that be crazy to just later find some interview with the writer or something? It's like, yeah, this is white's blacks. I mean, it wasn't obvious.
Yeah, it was great. That's what I was going for. I was I'm surprised it got past Disney.
I would hate to, because I like this movie. I'd hate to have to stop watching it to find out that was the actual propaganda in it.
Well, I would hate it too because I'm a big fan of Bruce Campbell. I hate to think.
Yeah, it's like Bruce, did you know this?
I don't think that was the point.
No, I don't think so. It was just supposed to be the classic good versus evil.
Right.
We get a whole speech about it later from the sidekick.
We do. And this hate bug, what's its name, Mike?
I forgot. I missed his name.
You cannot remember names.
I missed his name altogether.
It's Horace.
Horace? Yeah, I missed that altogether.
Horace the hate bug.
Yeah, I missed that one altogether.
Wow. They say it a few times. I think you told me the name of it.
Maybe. Yeah. Who knows? I don't live here. I just
it's still early. It's only 9 a.m.
You're on your fifth beer. It's going good.
My fifth beer, yeah.
At least you can remember names.
Yeah, you haven't woken up yet. You crack you a beer and wake you up.
So Horace, where do they pick Horace from?
I don't know. Horace, Herbie, I don't know.
That's just another H name.
I guess. And Horace hunts down Herbie. Hunts him down because I think Herbie's looking for his key. Is that what he's out roaming by himself?
No, he got Hank made him feel bad.
Oh yeah, they got in a fight. Yeah, they got in a fight. So
stupid car taking credit for everything Hank's done, and he runs off. Hank's like, I just gotta get out of here. Like, what do you mean out of here? He's like, I don't know. I just gotta get away from a car taking all of my credit or whatever, or house shining, whatever he said. And it made Herbie feel bad. And when Hank came back, he was like, where's the car? He's like, yeah. He made him feel bad. He left. So the car's just out roaming the streets, just being sad.
And it runs into Simon Moore III and Horace.
Was Simon?
No, it wasn't Simon. It was his sidekick.
I thought it was just the car there.
No, it was a sidekick. Rupert was with them, played by Dana Gould. Rupert was there, and Horace just beats the shit out of Herbie. I'm assuming it's all done from Rupert's perspective. It's all his facial expressions going like ooh, ee, ah, ooh.
Well, you can't show you lose your PG rating. It's violent, you know.
This car's beating the shit out of this.
Plus, they probably couldn't think of how to.
This racially motivated attack.
Was it racially motivated?
But no, Horace beats the shit out of Herbie. And we see the aftermath of it. Bruce rolls up on it, and Herbie is just fucked up.
They probably just couldn't think how to show it.
Off,
really.
I guess. Yeah. I mean, what's it going to be? It's like, how would you do it?
I feel like they could just be smashing into it, but no, like you said, the tires are torn off.
Yeah, and Horace is fine from what we see later. There's no damage to it. This car's beats the shit out.
Indestructible as far as we know at this point.
And I guess Bruce apologizes, and then most shockingly of all, we cut to the funeral of Herbie.
They're just burying the car.
Herbie dies. They're burying it in a giant crate. They're about to let it go, and then out of nowhere, Jim Douglas arrives with Dr. Stromfield.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Jim Douglas, star of the original. We get our legacy cast here.
Just like it was always meant to be.
Just like it was always meant to be. And he tells him, hey, you can save Herbie. We have to use every part from the original Herbie.
Makes me think of Longest Yard somehow.
Yeah, probably the same thing.
Same thing, yeah. It's not a new thing. That's fair.
He tells him that we can rebuild Herbie. We have to use every piece.
Nothing new.
Nothing new. It has to be all the same stuff. And they basically rebuild him.
They really did.
They reshape Herbie. They repaint him. Everything.
Being a mechanic in a mechanic shop, they didn't think to try to rebuild it themselves.
I know they gave up super easy. It's like, oh man, fuck, bury it. And
that sucks.
This magic car that's alive, and just bury it.
Yeah.
No sense in saving it. And they do rebuild it, and we get this really nice scene, which I'm not a fan of the original. I don't think I've ever seen the original, but I could tell there was some significance to this scene where Jim Douglas, they're like, we don't have a key to start him. Because apparently all of a sudden you need a key, which
you didn't need before.
Didn't need before. It's a weird thing. So he tells him well, good thing I keep a spare key on me for luck.
Yeah, just our other moments. God.
He goes to hand to Hank, and Hank tells him no, you do it. You start it. Because this thing explodes from where I've shoddily put together.
I need you to die, not me.
I'm not risking my life getting this fucking... No, but he tells him, no, you do it. Jim gets in, starts the car. We get this really nice moment where he starts the car, and they're like, well, is it still Herbie? And he asks, he's like, Herbie, is that you? And Herbie, beeps and honks, and they're like, it's still Herbie. So Herbie's fixed, and we cut back to Simon Moore's lair, where fucking Horace is going nuts.
Yeah.
He's vibrating, he's growling all this shit. And they get Simon gets in the car, and Horace drives him to the shop, and we see that Herbie's been resurrected.
Yeah.
Like Christ.
He's like, yeah, I see it.
This is our Christ allegory. He was dead for 3 days, and he rose from the garage, much like Christ from the tomb.
We didn't have Eric on this episode for a reason.
It's rubbing off. It's all there. It's all the pieces there.
It couldn't be a phoenix from the flames or anything.
No, it's Christ.
Okay.
It's Christ.
Okay.
Christ.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. So he has to lock Horace.
All praise be to Herbie, Lord and Savior. Thy will be done, thy kingdom come.
Every knee shall bow, every tongue shall confess. Glory be to Herbie. Anyway, so Horace, shit. The third guy.
Is it Robbie? Or is it Roddy?
No, the third.
Simon
the third. God damn it.
Remember names.
Simon the third. He has to actually lock down Horace. So he puts a thing on the, whatever it's called, on the steering wheel, so Horace can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
He goes over and talks to Bruce.
Club.
What?
The club.
Yeah. And he goes over and talks to Bruce, and basically, I can't remember exactly what was said, but he was basically just giving him shit, and he
tells him, I want a race. Your little car versus my little car. And he tells him, like, this is your chance to redeem yourself, basically.
Yeah.
All the times that I've beaten you, here's your opportunity to beat me.
And Bruce gets up in his face, Hank gets in his face, and just gets and
yeah, Simon just slaps him.
I think he uses a glove or something.
Yeah,
I think it's like
the whole
but he does slaps Hank right in the face.
Slaps right across the face. And
you're just singing
glove slap, baby glove slap. That's from The Simpsons.
Okay.
Dana Gold might have produced that episode for all. He might have wrote it for all we know.
For all we know.
Could be a callback. Little cameo, little Easter egg for all the Simpsons Herbie fans out there. So they challenged him. Yeah, he slaps Bruce in the face, and it just cuts.
Yeah, it's like
ends.
we just leave the scene. Like we don't know how it ends or anything.
The scene, like you said, the scene doesn't end. We leave the scene.
Yeah.
The audience picks up and walks out.
Like, yeesh, this
is a little too tense for me.
I'm getting out.
Yeah, I came here to watch the little cars honking. I came here for people getting slapped in the face with gloves. So we go out there, and then we cut right to the race. And it's not like a race that you would think. Like there's no pomp and circumstances. There's no like crowds.
I guess they had
the end.
I guess no one has seen Horace car yet. Probably. So if we would have seen the conclusion of that scene, like they would have seen the car then.
Yeah, I wonder if something got cut.
Like we can't watch Simon walk to the car because they're not allowed to see the car yet.
Maybe it got cut. Maybe we need to see the Peyton Reed cut of the movie. Disney, release the Reed cut.
Let Reed tell a story.
Yeah, release the Reed cut. We're calling. I want all the fans.
Hashtag release the Reed.
Hashtag the Reed cut for Herbie, the Love Bug from 1997. It's time. Disney,
let us know what happened.
Get your hands off of it. We want to see the Reed cut.
Put this on your Cult Talks Conspiracy podcast if you don't mind. Just do some research on
the Reed cut. What happened to it? What are we missing?
What is Disney trying to hide?
Yeah, why are they why are they hiding the Reed cut? So no pomp and circumstances, and it's Horace versus Herbie, and these cars are like stray cats.
They are. They're like, they start shaking at each other. And Hank, he's just like, I'm here, Herbie. I'm here. Don't worry. Like, what the fuck you gonna do? A car starts charging.
Yeah.
What the fuck you gonna do, Hank? Very comforting. Thanks for being here, Hank. Get the fuck out of my way.
So Simon shows up and he tells him like, oh, plot twist. This is for pinks. If I win, I get your car. If you win...
Which they could easily just walk away at that point.
They could have been like, fuck you, man.
That's not what this was.
I got a talking car. I don't need this shit. I'm gonna like license this thing. I'm gonna have brand deals out the ass. I don't need to race you on this fucking back road in California. I'm set. So we got cereal, we got cartoons, we're good. But no, they have to race him because Hank needs to get his pride back, and we get a furious, high octane, pedal to the metal race between these two cars as
there's points, yeah,
as they cruise at a moderate pace on this unoccupied California back roads, sped up footage.
It was pretty for the most part, it was very underwhelming.
It was a lot of driving around. Herbie is occupied by Hank, Alex, and Roddy. Horace is occupied by Simon and Rupert. There is a brief moment of conflict where Herbie gets a flat tire. Oh shit. And guess what? In Hank's reconstruction of Herbie, the one thing he forgot to add was the spare tire.
I forgot to fix that. Couldn't fix spare tire.
But luckily, Roddy, our voice of Herbie, is a huffhead who huffs spray paint. who huffs spray paint and
just huffs nitrous oxide and just
he huffs nitrous oxide constantly. His brain has been rotted to the point where he can only communicate with cars.
Yeah, that's how he air quotes understands Herbie.
And they use his supply of spray paint that he brought with him because he can't go anywhere without huffing spray paint. So luckily he had a supply on hand. They use it to pump up the tire, which I don't think would work, but I don't know enough about cars to dispute that.
Right. I was more concerned about the attachments, like how you going to attach this because it was spray paint for the sake of it. It was spray paint because he's an artist.
They huffs it.
So like how they connected it to the tire to air it up, I don't know. I think the spare tire was just flat was the problem.
I think partially flat
because the other one blew out.
Yeah,
because of modification 1, whatever that was.
Yeah,
it blew blew Herbie's tire because it was from the modifications that Simon's mechanics did to his car. Something blower has slashed and destroyed Herbie's tire is what happened.
Right. Yeah, because Horace is a like Swiss Army knife at this point, and so they use the spray paint. They get on the road, and we also find out that one of Horace's other weapons is he has a couple grenades he can launch out of his
that
roof.
cracked you up.
It was so ridiculous. They're driving, this little attachment opens, like, what is that? And then starts launching these things, and Bruce is like, it's grenades.
Like he would know. Those are grenades, obviously.
He starts launching grenades out, and they dodge all those, but Horace isn't done. They're nearing the finish line, which is this dam, and Simon tells Rupert, put on your glasses, and they launch a laser that cuts Herbie in half, slices him clean in half. Alex and Hank on one side, Roddy on the other side, and
Roddy's on the non-steering wheel.
He's on the non-steering wheel side. They have a little back and forth, and what's Simon say? He has a line. It's like, oh, in true American fashion, they've become a drive-through.
Oh yeah,
and he's going to drive right through the middle of them.
Which he does. He gets between them, and
And
then they see the finish line. There's a bunch of press and things up there, and Simon's like, "What's all that?" And then she's like yelling the reporter.
Yep.
What's her name?
Alex.
Alex was like yelling. It's like, "Well, you said you want to be on the front cover of my magazine." You're like, "Well, you will be now, but you're going to be the loser." And like Bruce Hank points over to Roddy. He's like, points over, and he's like getting ahead of Horace and them.
And he ends up winning. He wins.
But Hank came in last still.
Hank did come in last. He did. Yeah, he did come in last.
Yeah, because I like that funny joke because Simon and his sidekick get out. And he's like, he looks at Simon. He's like, second place. Not bad. He lost to half a car.
Horace is so angry, so hell-bent on anger of this Herbie.
Because it's good versus evil. Yeah, we skipped that little speech. Jesus.
Yeah, Roddy has a line there where he's like, don't you get this is much more than a race. This is love versus hate. If love dies, hate wins. And he's like, we gotta win because the fate of the universe, not the world, nay, the universe, time and space is hanging in the balance as these two Volkswagens race this back road in California.
These witchcraftian bugs.
If this car wins, the legions of hell will spew forth from the earth. The Nazi regime will descend from their moon base. Life on earth as we know it will cease to be.
It's over.
That's that's verbatim.
Yeah, just word for word.
Word for word.
You can go watch it. Let us know if we got it wrong.
The dialogue that is written in this film.
Yeah, go watch it. You'll see.
But Horace charges Herbie, and Roddy takes one side, Hank takes the other side, and they push Herbie out of the way. Horace goes through and jumps off the dam.
Yeah, like off the cliff or a dam, whatever.
Into a hole.
It makes the hole.
He crashed in the ground. Yeah, it makes a hole, and he travels to hell.
Yeah, I mean, he gets down there and then it explodes, and there's like spiritual things coming out of the hole looking.
Spews, like, it's pretty grandiose.
Yeah.
He dies in epic fashion. Horace is dead.
I don't think, does anything happen to Simon? Well, yeah.
What would they got?
Yeah, it happened because cops come. I don't know if you're in the room for that.
How much I'm in the room for that? What they arrest him for?
They arrest him for detonating the grenades, detonating illegal grenades, and driving a possessed car. Yeah, something like that.
What's the code for that? You gotta,
I don't know.
Driving an unregistered devil car.
Yes,
is the line they use.
Yeah, that's what it was.
And illegally dumping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and they arrest Simon for that, and then they arrest Sidekick too. Like, well, it looks like you have some company, and then take them both away.
Yep. And the film ends with Hank and Alex. They're back together in love. They ride off in the sunset. And Herbie.
And they was asking her because they're like shooting pictures for her magazine and everything. Mm-hmm. And like, what are you going to title this article? She's like, I was thinking The Love Bug. No, like is the name of the film.
Just like the name of the movie. Wow.
There's times where Disney's not very creative.
Is this movie based off her article? Is this a true story?
It might be a true story. We could look up the article later.
Might be. But there you have it. That was The Love Bug. Not even heard of it. Just The Love Bug. 1997.
The Love Bug. Wow. Oh, that's Love Boat song. Sorry.
Yeah, you're thinking of Love Boat.
I know.
man, what a Valentine's Day this is shaped up to be. Let's go ahead and talk about let's unbox this delicious, delectable red heart-shaped box, and let's talk about the quality of Campbell.
Good. Bad. I'm the guy with the gun.
Life is like a box of chocolates.
It is.
You never know what you're going to get with a Bruce Campbell film.
Life is like a Bruce Campbell filmography. You never know what you're going to get. Are you getting quality Bruce? You got groovy Bruce? You never know. But Herbie the Love Bug, Mike, Love Bug, 1997. What are your thoughts on it?
I still enjoy it. It's definitely that 90s feel of things. It's fun.
Definitely a made for TV movie. I still enjoy it. I don't think I wouldn't put it on all the time like I used to as a kid. So this definitely appealed to my kid brain more than it does my adult brain. But I still enjoyed it. I don't know because it's all about the quality of Campbell, right? Right.
So like,
that's what we do here on this show.
Yeah, it's what we do here. For
2 years in, quality of Campbell. That's what we're doing.
It's been a ride. So if I had to look at Bruce's play, it's hard because like I'm trying to think, could anyone else have done this role?
Well, according to you, this was wrote for Bruce.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what they did because this comedic thing.
Yeah,
but I'm not trusting that list right now because
Bruce is king.
They started talking about like the 67 or 68 version. I don't know. That list was all over the place. But I'm trying to think if who else at that time could have played this role. I'm trying to think of the stuff that Bruce Campbell brought to the role. It's not a bad Bruce. It's not groovy Bruce. So it has to be a groovy by default.
Yeah, we only have 2 ratings.
We only have the 2. So I say this is a groovy Bruce. I mean,
groovy Bruce?
It's not the asshole that we're used to see. Because sometimes Bruce is kind of an asshole. I mean, he was an asshole to Herbie a little bit. Kind of
asshole that little car, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not the same kind of asshole that we expect Bruce to be, I guess, in that type of role. I don't know. I feel like he could have been better.
You want a little more Bruce asshole for your Valentine's Day.
I think he could have played like Simon better.
You think?
Yeah, I think so. I think he would have been a better Simon, and I think if they would have flipped those characters, made Simon be Hank and Hank be Simon instead, I think Bruce would have played a better evil guy in this film.
I don't know. Bruce, as far as villains go, I think he got it right when he did
Assault on
Dome 4. That's prime villain Bruce. I don't know if Simon Moore the third would have been a good villain role. But
I always look for the douchey Bruce, and there wasn't enough douchey Bruce. It was kind of just a rude Bruce to a car, but in the douchey Bruce that I like.
Yeah.
And I think he could have played. There could be a lot more quips and things from him as the Simon the third character, I think.
Yeah. So you're going groovy?
I'll still go groovy though. Yeah,
okay.
Definitely. It wasn't a bad Bruce. He didn't ruin anything. He was still, I like seeing him as like not quite the ladies' man sort of thing, but like more of just like, I don't know. It's hard to explain. You explain it and I'll piggyback you.
Well, I don't know what you're going for, but as far as I go, I'm going to give this a groovy rating here because I liked Bruce in it. He's very entertaining. There's plenty of Bruce in it, which I always enjoyed. It's a very Bruce centric movie. I was worried that it was going to maybe like be Bruce just there and more focus on the car, but it's like you get just as much, if not more, of Bruce than Herbie in this. And I think he has a very good character arc of being just kind of like this. I mean, it's all fast and like it's underdeveloped, I would say, because it's a TV movie, which I have a very big soft spot for TV movies. I think it's been well established throughout my time podcasting, is I love these made for TV low budget flicks, and this is definitely what it was. The final race was very underwhelming, but Bruce, man, I thought he did great in this. I loved it. I'm not a Herbie fan, but I'm a Bruce fan. This satiated my ticked all the boxes what I look for when I'm watching a Bruce movie. I got the machismo, the charm, all that stuff. Got a couple little quips in there. It was good. It was good
quips?
Bruce.
I don't remember his quips.
You got a couple little ones in there. Don't put me on the spot like that. It's my show.
Don't call me out on the show.
Call me out like that. This is Valentine's Day. That's what people love. But I'm gonna give it groovy. So I think is that classify. You know what that means? This is a certified groovy. Yeah. Last year for Valentine's Day,
you did Lunatics.
Me and Eric spent Valentine's Day watching Lunatics.
Nice.
And I'm spending Valentine's Day Eve with you watching Herbie. So now modern day reboot. Who's playing? Who's in this movie?
Modern day reboot?
Yeah.
Oh Lord, who would it be? Would it be like, what's his name? Zac Efron? I bet he would do it.
Zac Efron?
Yeah, I bet he would do it. Him and who would the girl be? I guess Zac Efron and Scrooge. Bring Lindsay Lohan back. It's fine. That'd be rough.
Yeah, she's back now, right? Did she do I think she just did a Hallmark movie, a Christmas movie for Netflix. But,
nah, that's probably true.
But yeah, there you have it. Valentine's Day, The Love Bug. We did a Valentine's Day special this year.
Yeah, last minute.
Yeah, last minute. Me and you've been doing a lot of last minute shows. We've been hanging out a lot.
Yeah, hopefully you like last week's show, the last Kids on Earth.
Yeah, random show got canceled 5 years ago.
Tyler did not enjoy.
one episode of a show got canceled 5 years ago.
Was it 5 years ago?
I don't know. It was a while ago. did pretty good impression wise. So, but there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys have a very happy Valentine's Day, whether you're spending it with your significant other or alone. You can spend it with us. Put this on replay all day. Listen to this and Lunatics back to back. Have yourself a nice little 3-hour date with the Cult of Campbell crew. Or go on YouTube and watch The Love Bug.
It's free.
Or go on Tubi and watch Lunatics. Lunatics is now on Tubi in English. Breaking news right here. You heard it first from Cult of Campbell. Also, we're giving away 2 tickets to the Pelham, Tennessee Bruce O'Rama event. April 7th, Pelham, Tennessee, the Caverns. Now, you can win these tickets. We're doing the Deadite Times Day giveaway, where you can win these tickets by going to our Instagram at CultTalkNet. And we're looking for anything. You can post a picture of how much you love Bruce on your Instagram. Use the hashtag Deadites Day, or even you can find one of our
Deadite Times Day.
Deadite Times Day. Yeah, Deadite Times Day. I'll have it posted on there. You'll see how to spell it. Or you can go to any of our posts about the event and leave a little comment. Tell us how much you love Bruce. And here, March 1st, we're going to make a decision and we will announce it from there. So this runs until the end of February. So
end of February.
Valentine's Day is running.
The event's in April. So
the event's in April. It gives you a whole month. This event is running all the way through February. So this February is Deadite Times month. So once you guys go, let us know how much you love Bruce Campbell and win yourself 2 general admission tickets to Bruce O'Rama, April 7th, Pelham, Tennessee at the Caverns.
You will not get to see the Love Bug there, though.
No, the Love Bug will not be there. We go see Evil Dead 2, which is an equally as romantic movie. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
But ladies and gentlemen, I've been Ty.
I've been Michael.
And have yourself a very groovy Valentine's Day. And as always,
stay groovy.
Hail to the king, baby.
That's it? That's the best you got?
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks.
I'll tell you about a real lumberman. One who could clear an acre of wood with one swing of his axe. Oh, yes, I'll be talking about Big Paul Bunyan.
Now, Slewfoot Sue, she rode a catfish down the old Rio Grande, and she rode standing up, holding on with only one hand while she took pot shots at the clouds with her 6-shooter.
Oh, Bill! Well, he lassoed up that Texas twister and he rode it on down the prairie.
And John Henry, who was born with a hammer in his hand, swore that if he could not beat this steam drill, he would die with a hammer in his hand.
Hey everybody, it's Cult of Lore.
Wow! Sit down, kids, you bother me. Welcome everyone to another episode of Cult of Lore. I'm Ben.
I'm Eric.
I'm Jerry.
And we have a special guest here. It's Bailey.
Hi.
Bailey.
Hi, guys.
Now that Jerry has traumatized us.
Yep.
I thought it would go just about like that.
Yeah.
Right before we started recording, Eric's like, hey, Jerry, why don't you do the intro this time? And Jerry just squinting. He's like, I can try.
So inspiring. I was moved by his confidence. So
yeah.
I quit coffee like a month ago or so.
Oh,
why?
Man. Brave soul.
You just don't like yourself anymore?
Yeah, I thought I should punish myself.
Just, the Catholics have Lent. I might as well do this.
No. I need all the help get me uppers that I can stand.
Oh,
Yeah,
me
no.
too. Yeah, I need caffeine just to have the energy to fall asleep. Yeah.
Yep. So this is a special episode of Call Lore. This is obviously going to be probably, I believe it's Cult Talk Net's wrap up for the 4th of July-esque brief interlude that we've done.
Yeah. Yeah.
The wrap up to our Cult Talk Net summer.
Right.
No, we have
not the summer.
not
Yeah,
the
I think
summer,
there's some
but the
summery
4th of
stuff.
July.
Yeah, our 4th of July kind of week, I guess, possibly.
It kind of
yeah.
Palooza?
No. It did end up kind of being a week just where all the things kind of fell.
Yes.
Don't ever do that again, Jerry.
Keep going, Jerry.
But we were trying to figure out how to do something American because it is our birthday weeks, and American Tall Tales just seemed like the right fit.
It did. So we got excited because it's like, we if you are new to us, this is your first episode with us. Usually we're covering Warhammer 40K lore, but we have also branched out into other mythologies and stuff like that for special occasions. And the 4th of July is a special occasion to us here in America.
And soon before long, it's going to be just basically at our whimsy as well, because we've got another episode that's different coming up in August. Well, I'm just saying that if you catch one of our episodes, you have to catch them all. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Keep up.
Yep, there's a bunch of them.
So if you are a regular listener, then you know that this is Bailey's first time on Cult of Lore.
Yes.
And you will have recognized her from Cult Talk's Conspiracy, our sister show.
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
Where we question everything and all the high strangeness that goes on in the world. And
they cover some really random shit.
Yeah, and honestly, it's tied together how random it is sometimes, to be honest with you. Like it's crazy.
So apparently they're also doing drugs over there at Cult. Interesting.
Allegedly. That sounds like a conspiracy to me.
That does, yes.
Or perhaps a tall tale.
Oh my God. But real quick, if you are first time catching up to us, if this is your first time listening to us, and you don't know anything about 40K, Warhammer 40K, I will say this very quickly. It is going to become a fandom that is getting bigger and bigger. And with a show coming out by Henry Cavill, it's only going to get larger. So it is something that you're going to hear more and more of. So the sooner you jump on learning about this, the better. And we have an episode 0, a prelude episode.
Yeah.
That is like an hour, 2 hours?
The prologue is about 45 minutes.
Oh, 45 minutes.
Yeah.
So it's one of our shorter episodes.
Yeah.
And it gives you like a really, really good overview of 40K. You say, I don't know anything about it. I don't know where to start. Our episode 0, the prelude, is where you would start.
Yep. Covers the broad strokes and just kind of gives you an anchor point.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. So that is, so if you go, well, I don't know anything about that. Well, that's how you do it.
Yeah.
And better sooner than later. So with that, American Tall Tales, any of you guys, Eric, Jerry, you've obviously heard of these guys, but Bailey, you're a little bit on the younger end, and these the Tall Tales, the American Tall Tales did kind of fall out, I feel. Have you heard of any of these before we started?
Oh my gosh. Paul Bunyan was like the only one that I had heard of, the ones that we're going to cover today, but Paul Bunyan was really the only one. For a long time, I thought Davy Crockett was a tall tale. But
me too, honestly. Yeah, not, for a while there. Yeah.
I will say this. So the Tall Tales are actually considered to be, I believe they're called the Big Men stories, is what their kind of arching title is. And I do believe that Davy Crockett is often counted amongst the Big Men tales because he has stories like he grinned down a bear when he was 3 years old.
Right.
Things like that. So I actually, because I saw his name pop up in several lists that were like the Big Men myths. And so I think that's fair.
Yeah.
If he's not one of those, a lot of people consider him at bare minimum adjacent.
Yeah.
Cool. So you're not far off.
A frontier legend.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So the kind of category of big men is very loose when it comes to whether it's fictional or history. They seem to blend in together. So Davy Crockett definitely does fit the big men storylines. So we'll start off with Pecos Bill. He's probably... Well, okay, no, Bailey, you've got Slewfoot Sue. She's probably going to be the furthest removed from real. Pecos Bill, is not based on any person that I know. Dog, are you shitting me?
Your knee's like right in her
Jeopardy.
shoulder.
Well,
she can't move.
her
I'm
knee
sorry that I can't lift my knee above the table.
Gypsy.
Oh no.
Oh, this is bad.
It's a gypsy jam.
Speaking of like, what? Leave it to Gypsy to. Oh my gosh! Just go through. Come here, baby. Come here. Come here. You're a tall tale. You know that? You're bigger than fucking life.
American
Yes,
legend.
you are.
Okay.
Jesus.
It's a good thing those boots
Stretch
are new.
Ben right up to the ceiling trying to pull all those cords up over Gypsy's head.
I think I pulled a testicle.
That's how legends are born.
Okay. Speaking of legends
There you
being
go.
born, the start of the Pecos Bill myth, it all starts way out in Texas. Bill is just an infant. He doesn't even have a name yet. He's part of a very large family. When his dad decides that somebody has moved 300 miles closer to them, which now means that their territory is too crowded.
Oh.
And now they have to move.
I feel that.
Gotta go.
Yep. I actually sympathize.
I was getting ready to say you've got to identify with that.
I do. If I could live in an area that was 300 miles removed from people, as long as I could like satellite internet, fuck them.
Yeah. He's often said during our house hunting, nope, I can see the neighbors.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
No.
Can't buy the house. Nope.
Nope. I want land and property. So I definitely sympathize with Bill's dad. But what ended up happening is when they packed up everything and they were on their way out, the kids were arguing so loudly that nobody noticed that little Bill, who was the youngest, had fallen out the back of the wagon.
Oh no.
Oh.
Yep.
His parents didn't realize he was missing until several weeks later and just kind of chalked it up to experience.
Parents of the year right there.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Win
Wow.
some, you lose some.
We were wanting to get away from people anyway, I
Yeah,
guess.
I mean, more or less.
Jeez.
It was frontier times. I mean,
Whoops, gotta be more careful with the kids out here, huh?
Yep. So Bill was raised by coyotes.
Oh,
that
goodness.
the mom coyote found him and decided to raise him as their own. And so he grew up all the way to like the age of 10 or 11 being raised by coyotes.
Unbelievable. Wow.
When one day he came across a man in the desert and he decided to attack the man as coyotes do.
Sure, right, yeah.
And
He's a beastie.
the man stopped and asked him, like, what are you doing? To which Bill replied, because apparently Bill knew how to speak. He goes, I'm a coyote. And the man then proceeds to explain to Bill that he's not a coyote, which then ends Bill's stay with coyotes and he goes to live with this guy.
Oh.
Wow.
Then one day when Bill is just kind of wandering around, he discovers a mountain lion that he thought would be a good idea to use as what we now call mounts, because he was kind of getting tired of walking around. And so he leaps on top of this mountain lion, wrestles it to the ground, and then basically plays a game of uncle with it until it agrees to let him ride it.
Oh my gosh.
So Bill is riding this mountain lion around when he encounters a group of men chasing a herd of cattle. These men are not cowboys. Cowboys hadn't been invented yet. Bill hadn't invented them yet. This is kind of his theme.
Oh.
Okay.
So these men are just running around on foot trying to grab these runaway cattle. Bill then finds a 6-foot-long rattlesnake, which he ties into a loop and then uses it to lasso the cattle, which simultaneously invents the lariat. I can't think of what the technical term for a lasso is. It's a lariat.
Lariats.
I believe it's called a lariat. So he invented that and invented the lassoing of cattle at the same time.
Holy cow.
Once they gathered up all the cattle, they realized that they were very bored and didn't know what else to do with them. So Bill said, let's take them to Kansas and exchange them for money, which then led to the invention of the cattle drive.
Oh, I hope you got a patent.
He didn't. But then they didn't have anything to ride the cattle to. So he said, like, why are you doing this on foot? And they said, well, there is this animal. And they point over to a horse. Now, this horse is known as Widowmaker.
Oh.
Widowmaker earned its name because it liked to kill people that ride it. And it also, apparently, its favorite meal was dynamite.
Oh.
Sounds delicious.
Lit or unlit.
Spicy.
Lit or unlit.
Yeah.
Yummy.
So Bill jumps on top of Widowmaker and, rides them into submission.
Oh, yeah. You know, the way you see cowboys do. Yeah. Hold on now. Whoa.
He broke Widowmaker.
Broke him. Yeah,
Broke
that's the horsey term.
And
scientific.
So Bill got Widowmaker. He now has his horse, and he's on his way to driving these cattle to Kansas when he comes across a woman riding a giant 9-foot catfish.
Yep.
Down the Rio Grande River.
9-foot catfish.
Yeah.
This guy's story is way more wild than I thought it was going to be.
Oh yeah.
Holy cow.
And so from this, I'll pass it over to Bailey for a minute. Bailey, who was this weird lady riding a 9-foot long catfish?
Her name was Slewfoot Sue. I'm so glad I got that right the first time.
Good job. Yeah. Oh, she was.
I've been saying Slewfoot Stew for like 2 weeks, guys.
FSF for short.
Yeah. So, yeah, her story begins after Bill saw her riding her trusty catfish on the Rio Grande River. So she was actually wearing a leather skirt with fringe, a big old belt, and tied it all together. The story goes. So, like a big old belt buckle. Yeah, big belt buckle. Yeah. So she carried a lasso on her big old belt of hers. And then she also wore buckles on her boots with spurs that she would actually kick into the catfish, which I'm still up in the air on how I feel about spurs. But anyway. But most importantly, she actually had what we call in the South a holler. For y'all up north, that is a yell. That could actually be heard for 500 miles.
Ooh, that's quite a yell. Sorry. Holler.
Holla.
Holla.
Holler. Holler.
Holler.
Holler.
There's
Holler.
hard R.
Hmm.
Holler.
Yep. That came back to bite me, didn't it?
Welcome to the show.
The gods were not impressed. The Cult of Lore gods were not impressed. But, so it could be heard for 500 miles away, but claims say that it was at least 400 miles in or out on the 500, but at least 400.
Okay. At least 400.
At least 400 miles, yeah.
Give or take.
Yeah,
Gosh.
it's fine.
What's 100 miles or so?
So Bill saw her coming down the river on the catfish, and he was actually watching from behind a rock with Widowmaker. And he was and when he saw Slewfoot Stew, she passed him and he called out to her and she yelled because he was like, "Hey, woman," or like, hey, or turn around. I think it was turn around because she goes, "What for?" And she doesn't even turn her head at him. She's just like, "What? What do you want? I've got stuff to do."
I'm riding a fish right now.
Yeah, I'm riding a fish. I've got things I'm doing.
Can't be bothered.
Cannot be bothered. I mean, if you're riding a catfish down the river, can't be bothered.
Yeah.
So Pesos Bill immediately wanted to meet her after this because he's like, "Oh my gosh, this woman's crazy."
I mean, it's not often you find a woman riding a giant catfish.
Yeah.
It seems like somebody you should at bare minimum talk to.
Yeah.
It seems like an odd experience to see even for somebody like him.
Yeah, I mean, that's a conversation starter.
Yeah, it certainly is.
So, about your giant catfish.
Yeah. Where did this come from?
Peacocking.
Although there is a giant
you know what? I think there's a certain point at which it's no longer peacocking. I mean, if your dick is legitimately 3 foot long, that's not peacocking. That's just fact. She's riding a 9 foot long catfish. If you can, you should.
There are catfishes out there that are apex predators.
Oh yeah,
They can get so big.
there are catfish that are 9 foot long. They're just not in Texas.
We hope.
And not being
probably
rowed across the river.
Yeah.
Probably.
I can't confirm that one. Anyway.
So he immediately had to meet her. And she actually, when she turned around to face him, she actually spit up water into his face.
Just like a catfish.
Just like a catfish.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Although I don't know that I've ever actually heard of a catfish spitting water, but for some reason, I know that's an old stereotype that was in stuff.
Yeah. And you see that in water fountains and stuff like that, if they have the shape of the fish.
Yeah, I don't. Maybe that's where that came from. Was from the depiction in the fountain. But I've seen that catfish spitting water thing in a bunch of old timey cartoons and stuff. And it's like the ostrich burying its head in the sand. Where the hell did that come from?
Right.
Nobody has ever seen an ostrich with its head in the ground. Not one time in history. Anyway.
So they would introduce themselves. And she actually, when she went to shake his hand, she shook his hand so hard that it rattled his whole body.
Whoa.
So, like, this is a strong woman.
She rattled Pecos
like,
Bill.
she a bad bitch.
So let's
has
tie
earned the
this
title.
up. She can ride bigger animals into submission. She's got a hauler that goes 300 miles, and she's got
400, at least 400.
400 miles, and she's got a hell of a grip.
Yup.
Yeah, I can see what he saw in her. Yeah.
So we're
This is
signs.
gonna bruise, but it's gonna be fun.
So they would proceed to introduce themselves, and Bill would proceed to tell her that he wanted to marry her, just flat out. So
just immediately.
just
enamored.
immediately, and he would go about this by saying, "I was raised by coyotes. I worked with reformed outlaws, and I am the greatest cowboy in the world." I mean, how are you going to say no?
How could you say no?
Exactly. So she told him she'd never heard of him. Atta girl.
That is the move. If I don't care who it is, if it's anybody that tries to impress you by their title, just saying like, "I've never heard of you."
Nope. Even if you have, just
Yeah.
lie.
Instant
Lie.
balloon popper.
Lie your butt off.
Bring him back down to earth.
Yep.
And for the flip side of that, if you have a title, that's great. Don't introduce yourself with it.
Yeah, no. Be a person.
That title is not the most important thing about you.
Be a person. Just
Be you.
yeah, you're good enough.
Unless you suck, then be a better version of you.
Life lessons.
You don't have to be that better version. Just fake it.
Fake it till you make it.
Yeah,
That's what my mom always told me. You fake it till you make it.
That's actually a principle in like mental health. Is like sometimes if you've got nothing else, just fake it until the next day. Because
There you
the
go.
next day will be better.
Yep.
Anyway,
so she told him she'd never heard of him, but she might marry him if he bought her a big old bustle and he let her ride his white horse, Lightning, Widowmaker.
Also no, yeah, Lightning and Widow, they have the same name.
Oh.
I'm willing to bet that what it was supposed to be was that it was Widowmaker before Bill and Lightning afterwards.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Story has a lot of the trademarks of like mythology.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah. Well,
holy cow.
I'll tell you how that probably came about.
Okay.
So Pesos Bill would very quickly, he was fast as lightning, would ride into town and he would go buy Slewfoot Sue the most beautiful gown and bustle he could find. And with the spurs still on the boots, they were married.
With the spurs still on the boots.
Yep.
I love it.
So for those of you who don't know, a bustle.
Thank you. Yeah. It's going to be my next question.
You're gonna find a picture.
We were
of
just
it-
waiting for our moment.
You're gonna find a picture of a bustle right here.
Meow. So a bustle is actually padded. It's a padded undergarment that's used to add fullness or support drapery at the back of a dress. It was primarily used in the 19th century or the mid to late, and it's usually worn underneath of the skirt.
It's a skirt bubble. I've seen those
Yeah.
before.
Yeah.
A lot of the time now, especially with like wedding dresses, you'll find that they actually put the bustle on top of the dress now for trains.
Okay.
So you'll like see the layers of it coming down.
Yeah, it's probably meant to help keep the rim of it out of the mud and stuff, right?
Yeah, just help
keep
to
it lifted up.
Yeah,
That
keep
makes
it a lot more like utilitarian.
Neat.
Like,
Okay.
and it's not getting caught on stuff and like because I mean if you're walking in the street and the train of your dress gets caught on a carriage, you gonna die.
Oh, yeah,
It just
that'd
has
be
the bad side effect of
Yeah.
making the woman look like she has 6 sandbags strapped.
Yeah. Plus, a coyote or a Pecos Bill could come along and if they
Just
catch the
grab
end
you.
of that, skirt, it gives them something
Just
to hold
grab
on
you.
to.
Well, there's also more problems with the bustle that we're gonna get into.
Uh-oh.
So directly after their nuptials, so they haven't even been married for a minute.
Okay.
Slewfoot Sue made a beeline to Lightning, Pesos Bill's stallion.
Huh.
And Peso then decided, Pecos, sorry. I've probably said it 4 times now. Sorry, guys. We're just going to call him Bill now.
That's my solution to stuff
Yeah,
like
we're
this.
just going to, I tried, I failed, it's fine. Like, I at least attempted, okay?
Yeah.
But so she would make a beeline to Bill's stallion. And Bill then decided to warn her of 2 things. Number 1, he was a buckaroo. He bucks people off. And number 2, Bill is the only one who has ever ridden him.
Huh.
This is a big, big problem.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
First of all, that's the first time I've ever heard the definition of buckaroo. Thank you. I learned
Yeah,
a new
they're-
term today.
Rambunctious, bucks off and whatnot.
That's why they call it a buckaroo. It just makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
No, it made sense to me when I first read it. Not gonna lie to you, I was like, oh, yeah, light bulb moment.
Well, to be fair to both of you, how much time have you actually dedicated? How much thought have you dedicated to the definition of the word buckaroo?
No more than it took me to call a child a buckaroo.
And now you want, but okay, so
Yeah, I've just been like, "Come here, buckaroo," you know. And they're like, "Yeah, kid thing." Yeah. Yeah, let's go. Let's move on. I don't know.
Where's Bill?
Where's Bill?
So Sue, Slewfoot Sue, would climb up onto Lightning. But she had forgotten that her bustle, this bustle was very, very, very bouncy. It was a bouncing bustle. So when she got up onto Lightning, Widowmaker, as soon as she sat down on the saddle, she bounced right off of Lightning into the air.
Oh my!
It was a bouncy bustle.
Bounce. That's a very bouncy bustle on a.
I mean, I would
buckaroo.
have to wonder what that bustle was made of.
Something bouncy.
And she would just bounce higher and higher and higher
Oh,
and
no.
so high, some thought she might even hit the moon. But as Newton's law states, everything that comes up must come down, one way or the other.
Gypsy agrees.
Yes. She's like,
Demonstration.
Yep.
she's like, Mum's not here. She can't take my bone. So, and Sue eventually started to have a little bit of a lower bounce with the bustle. That was until she hit a rock rather hard, which started the whole process all over again.
Oh no!
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. She would holler out, "Do something down there." And of course, it was heard for 4,000, maybe 5,000 miles.
right.
Or 500.
Because of the
Yes.
big holler.
Yes.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
And Bill would watch her bounce a few more times before he finally grabbed his trusty lasso.
Which was a snake.
Yep. Listen.
Is this a metaphor? Is this a metaphor?
I don't think so. So then Bill would begin to work on lassoing all the storm clouds from across the state.
What?
And he would actually build a ceiling in the sky that would that he would continually, with all his might, lower down and down and down until he brought his bride from the clouds. Sue came back down immediately, and she got the bustle off and probably stomped on it a few times.
Well, careful about that because you might get bounced again.
I mean, maybe.
It's like flubber.
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
And she would put back on her regular clothes, and as the story goes, she climbed onto Lightning and rode circles around Bill ever since.
Circles around him on Lightning after he was so extra about lassoing those clouds. Like he could have just lassoed her.
Yeah, we're just gonna.
And he's like, I'll just rearrange the sky. Why not?
He wanted
man
to
is a
show
god.
off.
Yeah.
This story has a lot of
yeah.
a lot of different endings.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
We're gonna talk about another one.
Okay.
We're gonna talk about
But
another
just
one.
know that there's like 4 or 5.
There's
Wow.
for everyone. There's 3 more. Just so
Okay.
you know.
Yeah,
Wow.
there's a lot.
So another ending that literally made me almost cry.
Uh-oh.
So his poor bride is bouncing up into the sky, and she's bouncing for a very, very, very long time. And she missed dinner, and she missed breakfast. And by the time she was getting ready to miss lunch, everyone started thinking about, well, maybe she's going to starve. We wouldn't want her to starve to death. Poor Slewfoot Sue. We don't. She can't starve.
Uh-oh.
And poor Bill could not bear to see his poor new bride starve to death. So he did what a man must do. We did what anyone must do.
What?
He shot his new bride out of the sky and buried her. And he never loved another woman like he loved Slewfoot Sue.
Thank goodness.
Oh my God.
So there you go. You get a happy and a sad.
Okay. Wow.
So there's another ending where actually it is another ending, but Widowmaker was actually the cause. See, apparently Widowmaker knew that this bustle was bouncy. Don't ask me how. And he set her up, teed her up, and kicked her off, which is what caused her to start bouncing.
Oh, it was a deliberate bouncing.
And at the end of the sad ending, Widowmaker confesses
Oh God.
everything to Bill, and then Bill forgives him, and they ride on.
Oh, that's sweet.
Then there's another ending where Bill manages to lasso Slewfoot Sue and brings her down. She then goes after Widowmaker, for the kick, which Bill then defends. So Bill gets in the way between her and Widowmaker, to which she then smacks Bill so hard that he lands on his ass, causing the Grand Canyon.
Oh my gosh.
And then refuses to speak to him ever again.
Oh my gosh.
Jeez, oh man.
That's how that got there.
Yeah. Wild. Just wild.
So either way, so I'll pick back up with Bill's story. I think there is yet another ending where Slewfoot Sue stays bouncing on the moon perpetually. That's just where her story ends. She's up there bouncing.
She's up there bouncing on the moon.
But what happens is, and no matter what the ending is, this is how Bill's story concludes. Bill, after Slewfoot Sue, gets married several times and again, but never, always just kind of because it's the thing you do. One day, while he was at one of his wedding receptions, a tornado, Texas Twister, kicked up right in the middle of the party. Bill, not wanting it to ruin the party and not wanting to miss the chance, grabbed his snake lasso and lassoed the tornado. He then jumped on top of it and started to ride it until it took him up into the sky. Now, depending on which ending to Slewfoot Sue's story you go with, if you go with the ending where she's still bouncing on the moon, he jumped the tornado because he saw the chance to ride it to the moon.
So he could
be with her.
Sue.
And then because of that ending, every time a coyote howls at night, it howls in honor of their love because it howls at the moon.
Oh my God.
And that's his coyote family missing him. Now, the version where she dies, Pecos Bill would howl at the moon himself every full moon in honor of her. And then once he passed away, the coyotes did it in his stead.
Okay.
In honor of him, in honor of her.
So romantic and or tragic.
Right. And there are so many different versions of the story. I've found a couple where he actually made the Rio Grande River first before she rode down it. Another one where he made the Pecos River, which is where he ended up getting his name from. So Bill has a lot of stories tied to him that are not always expressed in all the different versions.
Yeah.
So where did he come from, including Slewfoot Sue? The first time that he was written, it was by a guy that I have actually heard of before. His name was Edward O'Reilly, but he was more commonly known as Tex O'Reilly.
Tex O'Reilly.
Does that name sound familiar to either ring a bell or
it rings
scratch
a faint bell?
Okay. So Tex O'Reilly, he was involved in a lot of Disney's early animation stuff.
Oh, okay.
They took a lot of properties from him, and he was pretty amicable towards it. So his name's all over that old stuff.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you were to see any of the old Western cartoons from Disney back in the day, they had his name all over them. He published this story, including Slewfoot Sue, in a Century magazine, and he claimed that it was a long-lost folklore tale. He passed these off as genuine old folklore tales. There was another guy, Richard M. Dorson, who is a folklore expert who actually discovered, pretty much, I guess, that Tex actually came up with them himself.
Oh, no kidding.
Right. As I guess he felt that, he was a Texan himself. Anytime you see a picture of him, he's got this giant cowboy hat on. It's probably why he got the name Tex. I guess he just felt that the cowboy was underrepresented as part of an establishing member of America's culture. And should be represented in folklore.
Okay.
And so he created kind of this origin cowboy.
Yeah.
Pete, I've found a lot of stuff talking about this being fake folklore.
Fake folklore.
Because it was designed with the intention of, it was prematurely aged, so to speak.
Okay.
It was written under the guise of it being something older than it was.
I see.
But I get people calling it that. I understand that. But I think you also have to kind of incorporate the fact that America is a really young country.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
We, like, almost all of our stuff is either an amalgamation of a bunch of different things from other places or just stuff that we made up wholesale.
Right.
And so okay, is it fake folklore in that it didn't develop and pass around organically? Yeah, I guess you could say so. Unlike some of the guys we're going to get into with you two.
Right.
But America kind of had to, in a lot of ways, invent its own, not history, but mythology.
Yeah. So
we have Uncle Sam, Davy Crockett, we did that with him, but also I think it's George Washington with chopping down the cherry tree.
Oh yeah,
Johnny
I cannot tell a
Appleseed.
lie.
Yeah.
Johnny Appleseed.
Johnny Appleseed.
Yeah.
So we did kind of have to invent our own lore.
Yeah. So mythology is very reflective of the culture.
Right.
And so it does make sense that as a new nation is building its own identity, because a lot of the things that went into the Pecos Bill story and the Slewfoot Sioux story were pretty iconic and important to early Americans,
And-
early United States,
And also, like you said, there's elements of other.
their folklore. Like he sounds very much like a trickster character in mythology, because a lot of the times they're originators of certain practices or things like the Grand Canyon, or and the invention of
being raised by coyotes.
Yeah, being raised by coyotes.
You have that in Roger Kipling's The Jungle Book, Romulus and Remus, if you go back.
Oh, yeah.
That.
Yep.
The story of the infant or infants being raised by wolves, or an American wolf, in this case, the coyote.
Right.
That's in a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
That's pretty deeply ingrained in mythology.
Yeah.
So,
and we even see that with Sue, I'll just say.
Yeah.
With Sue, she's got an odd association with water.
Yeah.
Spitting water out like a catfish apparently does, riding catfish. Even, she's out of place in the sky, but like clouds are drawn in one of the stories to bring her down and
Storm
stuff
clouds.
like that. So
Storm clouds specifically.
yeah. So rainy. So I wonder what. Yeah. Anyway, I was pretty interested in that, which is another kind of mythological trait. If you have a water being, then they have, weird. So it's neat. It's cool. And it does, I think it exemplifies a lot of what our American, quote unquote mythology, because it's considered folklore, right? At this point, there's
folklore and mythology, I think, can be.
I think one transforms into another. I don't know how. I'm not a.
I think in
sociologist.
I think in common use, though, most people would equate them
interchangeably.
Same.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
So whenever we cover these kind of off topics, I like to try to give some things that are related. For Pecos Bill specifically, some other areas that you can enjoy his mythos on YouTube. There is a fantastic drawn version that has the complete story that's told by Robin Williams.
Oh
yeah, it was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was, and they just let him do all the voices that he wants. They let him go full ham, and it's free to listen to on YouTube. And it was so good.
That's awesome.
Cool. I'm such a Robin Williams fan that when I found that, I was like, that is fucking amazing. So there's that animated short.
It's on YouTube. You said we'll link in the description.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
There.
And
check
then
it out.
You can find. I believe on YouTube, we'll find, if it is there, we'll link that as well. The old Tex O'Reilly cartoons.
That would be neat to
from
catch
old
up
Disney.
on.
I believe that at least the Pecos Bill one is on YouTube as well.
Okay.
If it isn't, then I'll put a link to something else, because there's a few Pecos Bill songs. I will find you something else besides the Robin Williams things, but those are the two tied in. Another way to enjoy Pecos Bill.
Neat. All right. Cool. Thank you.
So who's next?
All right. It's me.
Who do you have?
All right. My tall tale figure is John Henry.
I love John Henry, the original OG standing up against modernity.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Yep. The steel driving man. And that is true. That is one of his biggest themes that we've run across. So John Henry has been talked about in story, in song. He has been in countless movies, books. My introduction to him was Tall Tales, the movie Tall Tales.
That is one. I was going to save that for the end.
I see.
Because
Yeah,
it's
right.
a culmination. It's got all of them in it.
It does.
But if you haven't seen, it's a young adult movie put out by Disney back in the early 90s. It's got Patrick Swayze as Pecos Bill. I can't remember the others. Oh my God.
Oliver Platt
as Paul Bunyan.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So that is a fantastic movie. It is on Disney Plus. If you can high seize it, I would prefer you do that on a moral grounds, but whatever.
High seize it.
Watch it on the Yoho.
Yeah.
So John Henry has kind of like Pecos Bill, maybe even more, maybe not more so, but he has a variety to his story with, there's unifying features, of course.
There's key
which
beats.
We'll get into. Yeah, very key beats. They're the important parts, but there are some variations, so if you've heard a version of John Henry that I don't make reference to or include, know that it exists. Drop it in the comments. So that I can
some of the variations.
Yeah, that would be great to hear. Johnny Cash has a song about him telling the story of John Henry that's kind of different from others that I had heard and stuff like that.
I
So-
bet that's some good ear candy right there.
yeah, it's a pretty good song. Yeah, I definitely like it. So let's talk about the legend first because, we'll start there. John Henry is most famous for being a freed slave working on the railroad. And he was a steel driving man and went up against the steam powered drill.
Right.
So the story is that a salesman came through to where they were working on the railroad and they were going through a tunnel, and we'll talk more about the tunnel a little later. And so the salesman approached the people in charge of this operation and said that he was trying to sell this new machine. Said it could drill faster than the laborers can, and we'll talk more about what drilling is too while we're at it a little bit later. Said it could go faster for a fraction of the cost, get the job done, and will eventually replace the need for workers. So John Henry catches wind of this and decides that he is going to challenge the salesman to a competition. May have been a bet. Basically, it's going to be seeing whether or not John Henry can outpace the steam drill.
Oh.
Now, John Henry, depending on which legend you hear, is 7 feet tall, 6 feet tall, 10 feet tall. Sometimes he takes on the machine wielding a hammer, 10-pound hammer in each hand.
That's the one I always heard.
Yeah, yep. 2 hammers at the same time. Sometimes it was a great big hammer forged from the chains of his enslavement when he was a slave. And then he had just reforged his chains into a new hammer, and that's what he took on the machine with. And it was said, some say that they were blazing through the mountain, that he would blaze through it like fire, blazing through the mountain, and the machine got kicked into overdrive when the salesman saw that, he was losing to John Henry, who was just working faster than, sometimes it was doing the work of 4 men or of 10 men, just pounding away. And the machine got thrown into overdrive and worked so hard that it shook into pieces.
Oh.
Or exploded, either way, and had not drilled as much as John Henry had. John Henry was victorious in this competition. He raised up his hammer or hammers in victory.
Yes.
And then promptly dropped dead from a burst heart.
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
Yeah. This is a bit of a tragic tale.
Oh, it was so triumphant up until that point.
Yep.
Sweet victory.
Sometimes I'll go a little bit more into the hammer too, because sometimes the damn thing was 9 pounds, 14 pounds, 30 pounds. I did hear a 30-pound reference, in one of the songs or something. He was throwing 30 pounds from his hips, according to a quote by him, or from a song. I can't remember. I didn't write the citation in my notes, but it's there. So blazing through a mountain, there were descriptions of it's flashing like lightning as he's pounding on the drill and stuff like that. So let's back up now and give a little context. What is steel driving?
It's probably where they put the spike down into the dirt, isn't it?
Yes. So it's a long spike, iron spike. It looks kind of like a stake. They call it a drill a lot of the time. And so what you would do is you would pound it into the rock. And once you had gotten deep enough in there, you'd fill it with gunpowder and then blow it apart and then have people come in with shovels, pickaxes, wheelbarrows and clear out the rubble. and stuff like that. So that's what John Henry was doing. So the imagery of like blazing through a mountain kind of had me thinking he was like cutting his way through this tunnel himself, and that the steam engine was just blazing away right behind him until it explodes or shatters apart and stuff. So, but I've already explained what they're really doing, and what you would need in conjunction with a hammerman, which was a steel driver. John's job was a shaker. What the shaker would do is they would, after each blow of the hammer, they're standing there holding this steel bar basically, and they would turn and shake and roll the steel thing to knock away a lot of the chips and stuff from it.
They're there while it's getting hammered.
It takes a lot of trust, the hammerman and the shaker, between the two, because shakers can lose limbs or lives pretty easily with these big old hammers.
Yeah, working on a rail line back then was hell.
It was very dangerous. A lot of people did die.
Yes.
Doing this work, especially once you came to a tunnel.
Especially people of certain ethnicities.
Yeah, right.
Unfortunately.
Because we're only, at this point, the story seems to originate in the early 1870s, so it's only about 5 years after the Civil War ended. So it was a lot of
African Americans and Chinese.
Yeah, yep.
Chinese got hit by the railroad pretty hard.
Yeah. So it was very dangerous work, and coming upon this tunnel, there was no way of getting around the mountain, in the story, and so they had to tunnel through it. So apparently there were 1,000 men dedicated for 3 years to cutting their way through the mountain.
Oh wow!
Which was quite a job, and a dangerous one. So he needed a shaker. So more than likely, a shaker did help John Henry with this competition. It would have been the combination of the two, and because if it did happen, which we seem pretty certain that it did, that John Henry was a real person in some capacity. The story came from somewhere,
right?
But he probably wasn't wielding a 30-pound hammer
or two hammers
or two hammers at once. No. Yeah, that would have been pretty dangerous. But he probably was fast. They did have competitions among themselves, hammermen and stuff, and it was kind of a way to make that hard life kind of fun.
And you know what? That 7 foot tall, that might not be an exaggeration.
Right.
It might not be, although
you get some John Coffey.
Yeah,
guys.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah, we got people like that.
Yep. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yep.
But anyway, you were saying.
So the hammer that was used at the time, there were two types of hammers that could have been used. A single jack, which is about 3 to 4 pounds with a 10-inch handle, which was wielded with one hand. Or the double jack, which I like to believe John Henry probably used because it required more experience and more skill, was a 6 to 8 pound hammer that was 36 inches at the handle. So that was, either one is lighter than the at minimum 10-pound hammer that they say John Henry was wielding.
That's like a sledgehammer.
Yeah. Yeah. They're big hammers. So that gives us
36-inch hammer. You can two hand that pretty easily. So I'd say that would be what you'd have to use. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to generate enough force to even
be effective with it and accurate, which
at least for for the competition's sake.
Right. So, and getting to the competition, one of the more realistic accounts that I've heard, other than, just drilling through the mountain like fire, one of the more, because we'll start getting to more towards, I'll whittle my way down to more of the origins of things. At the end of the day, they believe, or most of the stories end up saying that John Henry had drilled 14 feet into the rock. So they measured, all the drilling in feet. So he did 14 feet of drilling, and the machine had only done 9 by the time that it stopped working for whatever reason, because it didn't have a shaker it couldn't shake away the.
So ultimately, it was doing a harder fight.
Right. Yes. And the way that a steam drill worked, it worked off of a remote boiler. They'd throw coal in it, and it would work the kind of a piston to drill into.
There's no way that's
just
cheaper
kinda,
than a guy.
I know, that's kind of what I thought. It's like, how could it be all that coal? I guess you don't have to feed and house them and stuff, but
you still have to have people for maintenance, to move it, to feed it, to move the coal. Now that you've got that, to deal with.
And it's like it's going to take a person anyway to keep it running if it gets clogged up by rock chips and stuff.
That's what I said. Yeah, maintenance.
Yeah, you're right. So, because John Henry defeated it, of course, he was doing this in a lot. Some will say it's for to basically to keep the people employed.
to prove that the working man still had value.
Yes, that they still had value and were better than just some, unthinking, unfeeling machine,
Goddamn right, John.
I thought you might support that.
Oh, I do.
Yeah.
Straight down to the cockles.
There's also variations in the way that he died. Some say that he died right there on the spot, of course, from a burst heart or from exhaustion. It also, and this may be more likely, that he died later, that the exertion might have been what, have just exhausted him, and a few days later he died. Or there's a disease called, I think it's celiac, which a lot of people working in like mining and rail, it comes from all the kicked up dust and stuff. It gets into your lungs and then eventually exhausts and kills you. And so there's variations on what may have happened, but all the stories end with his death.
I don't like, but I think just the amount of force you'd have to do. I could see him just dropping over dead from exhaustion.
Just on the spot. Yeah. Yeah. I kind of agree. It's like, I could see that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially because, you have to look at what he would probably really be, right? So you're looking at John Henry, he's probably mid to late 30s, early 40s.
Possibly.
So you have to take into account that he's probably really skilled. So he's had a long time to do this. He'd have to be probably a little bit on the older side for him to garner any respect from the people to even do it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'd say he's probably in his late 30s, early 40s, which, that's really early for us. Like, I'm almost there,
but that's kind of old for the time.
Especially if your entire life is slave first and then railroad worker right afterwards.
Right.
These are, slave's not really a job, but these are things in your life that definitely limit your time on earth due to physical exhaustion.
Right.
For sure.
Yeah. So, there were we'll talk about a little bit about who's thought to be the real John Henry, or where the theories are, because it's all just theories. So there were several tunnels that are said to be the John Henry tunnel, but it seems to be there seems to be two that are the big ones: Big Bend Tunnel in West Virginia and the Lewis Tunnel, which is in, I think, Virginia. Although there's said to be one in, I think, Alabama and Tennessee, stuff like that. So, okay. So the story with the Big Bend Tunnel, there was a sociologist who traced the legend of John Henry there. He kind of theorized that Big Bend was where that came from. And I didn't write down a lot about the evidence, but the tunnel was built between 1870 and 1872. Although a lot of people, he did speak to a person who claimed to be an eyewitness to the competition between John Henry and them. And he gave an account. So that's kind of why Big Bend Tunnel is thought to be one of them. Although some people don't believe that because there's no record of any steam drills having been used there. The Lewis Tunnel, however, did have record of steam drills being used. And there's a record of a man by the name of John William Henry, who was only 19 years old, 5'1", so much younger and much shorter than what you would think from, much younger, much shorter. And he was a convict who initially got arrested for shoplifting, essentially, but over the course of time and finagling and stuff. And again, this was only 5 years after the Civil War ended.
Right. So society context.
Yeah. So about 6 months later, things had been finagled enough to where he was sentenced for burglary, which was a much harsher offense, sentenced to prison. And the warden of that prison basically got on with this program with the railway company, which was leasing out prisoners for labor. And actually, from what I could tell, the warden wasn't such a bad guy. He had investigated the conditions of the laborers and thought to himself they were better than the conditions at the prison were at. And he had a problem with overcrowding and stuff like that he actually did want to renovate and fix up. And it turns out later on, I kind of believe that he had a decent heart to him because he later just was an advocate against that practice. So perhaps when he found out that it wasn't so...
Okay.
The conditions weren't really so good. It seems like he kind of changed his mind, but That's my speculation. So yeah, this John Henry is much shorter, much younger. And then the records of him stop at about 1873, which the historian who is advocating for this being the origin story, he said that was probably him dying on the railroad, because there was no more. They stopped the records at about that point, and there was no record of him dying in prison or of being released. So they think that's probably what happened. And he also makes a connection because a lot of the time John Henry's resting place is said to be an unmarked grave buried in sand by a white house.
Yeah.
And this prison had a white gatehouse to it. Now, I personally don't believe that this is the original John Henry, because if he didn't die at the prison, why was he buried there? For one thing. Another thing is not to diminish this guy's work at all, but his stature and his age doesn't it doesn't perhaps add up.
No.
His version of the story happened on a toy train set.
Yeah. That's about the nicest way to put that.
I kind of like to think that Big Bend Tunnel was the one that John Henry worked at, because there was no record of steam drills.
That's what I was going to say.
Exactly. It was just a salesman who went by.
Yeah, I was going to say, if John Henry did what they said that he did, there wouldn't be, the guy would have turned him down.
They wouldn't have trusted the steam drills, and so he did save the work. Now, again, not to diminish the work of the other John Henry, or the John Henry, could be, who knows, from Lewis Tunnel, or the guy from Tennessee or Alabama or wherever our John Henry came from. But I kind of like the idea of him having been at Big Bend Tunnel myself, because then they never used the steam drills there. So that would have been what he wanted.
Yeah. I completely agree.
That's super cool.
To this day, they say that if you go to the tunnel, whichever the tunnel it is, you can still hear John Henry hammering away.
Oh, gracious.
Yeah. Nice. So
that's
there we go.
Super cool.
Yeah.
I pulled up a picture of the tunnel. It's exactly what I thought it might look like.
It's a tunnel.
It's a tunnel.
It's a tunnel.
Oh, look at that.
They made a tunnel.
They made a tunnel.
Yeah.
You want to go visit it, babe?
Nope. No, thank you. I'm good. I don't like tunnels whatsoever. It's just something about like being like under the earth.
Yeah.
I'm like, listen, no.
Just
I don't
being
like
buried.
it. Just like being buried. Yeah. No, I don't like underwater either. By this time we're already into conspiracies, summer at sea. So and they've heard me talk about I don't like being underwater. I don't like being in tunnels either. Although that's super cool. When you said that it might have been a 9-pound hammer, that did kind of strike me, because the number 9 actually means like, and I'd verify this, it actually means like great accomplishments and like the completion of something.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. That's super cool.
It was quite an accomplishment, though. Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. Definitely that lesson of might and endurance and perseverance. And I love a lot of the themes that are.
It was also a cautionary tale too.
There is. And it is. You're absolutely right. That's a great point. He is also a cautionary tale to pace yourself.
Pride.
Oh, pride too. Yeah.
Pride killed him. His inability to, for lack of a better term, suffered the indignity of being replaced.
That's true. There is an argument to be made. Like, it depends on the story.
It depends. I would say it depends on your point of view.
Yeah, it does. No, and there's a lot wrapped up in that story that's pretty cool to analyze and stuff. So yeah, please, if you haven't before, do look more into John Henry. There's a lot of variation to his story and a lot to take away from it. So yeah,
it's a very human legend.
Very human legend.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Jerry, what do you got for us?
So I got Paul Bunyan.
Paul Bunyan.
Oh, I've got a hankering flapjacks all of a sudden.
Oh, the flapjacks. So the legend of Paul Bunyan sort of originated with lumberjacks.
You don't say.
Yeah.
Shocking.
What?
And during westward expansion, when people were moving across the United States,
which kind of is when I think that's like what kicked all of this off.
It does seem to be, that facing the frontier, taming the wild.
So being a lumberjack's a really dangerous job. You can get injured.
Still is.
Very
badly.
It's still very dangerous. I used to do a little bit like light lumberjacking.
Oh.
And it was, we had trees falling around. It was but so they used to have these big camps of like lumberjacks. You'd be clearing lots of wood and forest to
just acres and acres.
For the wood and for the land, for like farmland and stuff. And so these guys used to sit around their campfires and tell stories and they started doing these like sort of that era's Chuck Norris jokes. So like,
oh really?
They're just telling these just awesome tall tales about this lumberjack. You ever heard of this guy? Like they especially tell it to like the greenhorns. That would
Right,
come
the
to
new
camp.
guys.
Yeah,
Oh, that's great.
Oh, you don't know about Paul Bunyan, huh? Well, let's start his legend on the coast of Bangor, Maine.
Bangor, Maine.
That is where they believe he was born.
It's a banger of a name.
Yes. It is believed that he was carried by 5 storks
Oh.
as a baby.
He's a big baby.
Because he was so big.
Oh,
He needed to be carried by 5 storks.
big baby, bigger than a Primark baby.
Yeah, Primark babies are regular babies, just more horrifying.
Yeah.
His parents had to milk 2 dozen cows each morning to feed him.
Oh, wow.
That's
Oh my. That's 2 dozen.
That is an early goddamn morning.
that is 24 cows.
That is 24 cows each morning.
So how many udders is that? It's 4 udders per cow. Go.
I don't want to do math. On
Mathing. Future Eric's got
Future
us.
Eric.
Yeah.
How many cow nipples is that, Future Eric? He's going to love having to respond to this.
Absolutely.
Hey guys, Future Eric here. It's the middle of the night for me, and I'm here to tell you that there are 96 cow nipples that had to feed Paul Bunyan. Bailey tells you later in the episode. So, there you go. Future Eric did his thing. So glad that this joke made it into the show. Happy 4th.
Thanks, Eric. So to feed him, they had to have 10 barrels of porridge every 2 hours.
Oh,
That's what he would eat.
Every 2 hours.
Every 2 hours. Like, oh, let's get the 10
What
barrels
was
of
his
porridge out.
diaper like?
Right?
Oh, no.
Oh Lord.
I didn't even think
That'd
about
be
the diaper.
insane.
Like, because back then, you had anal thermometers. You do that to that baby, you're likely to snap that motherfucker off because he's passing out loads of this. All I picture is Jeff Goldblum. That is one big pile of shit.
It's chaos. So his first bed was a lumber wagon pulled
Oh.
by a team of horses.
A team.
That's how they got it around.
I love some of these stories. They just go whole ham.
I know, it's so wild. It's so damn mythological.
Yeah, there's no semblance of reality to these.
I think all this is true. This is real.
It's like, I'm sold.
Feasible enough, especially the 5 storks.
Yep.
His second bed, when he outgrew that one, was a raft that they put in the bay.
Oh my
So
god.
you could
Oh, I bet that was
rock him to
relaxing.
sleep in the bay water.
Oh, rock him in the water. That's
But
good.
when
Good
he
use of
rocked
physics.
it sank ships
Oh.
in the bay.
Oh
The
no.
waves would sink the ships.
Oh,
So
gosh.
they, we got to move to the woods. So they moved him to the woods, and that's when he got into his like lumberjacking ways.
Oh man,
They
he
gave
could have
him, you
could have
know,
been a sailor.
Oh yeah.
Oh god.
He would
Would've
have been
been terrible.
Monster.
Yeah, he would have been a
What
sea
ship
monster.
would he have been on?
Yeah, no.
Poseidon, god of the sea.
Yeah. Poseidon would have had none of that. Just absolutely not.
So one swing of his axe could clear an acre of trees,
Oh.
like on the regular.
Wow.
That's a lot.
That's
a lot of trees in one swing.
that is a massive swing.
Yeah.
That is 43,560 feet worth of trees.
Thank you, Bailey.
Wow.
You're welcome.
That's
Future Eric
excellent.
didn't have to do that math. It's impressive.
You're still not off the hook for the cow nipples. It better be in there, Future Eric.
There's
Oh,
96.
it'll be in there.
That's so many nipples.
It's a lot of nipples.
Yes. It's like, I got caught on the nipples. I'm sorry.
Jerry got distracted.
When you see that many nipples, it's hard to ignore.
I once saw a cat with 12 nipples.
I have
That's a lot
nipples,
of-
Greg.
Sounds crazy.
Nipples.
doesn't
But they
it?
technically cows don't technically have
What?
nipples. They have udders.
Sounds crazy, doesn't it?
Doesn't it? Ha. Ha.
Paul Bunyan.
Anyway, one winter it got really cold.
You don't say.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. One winter it got really cold, and it got so cold that the geese were flying backwards.
Wow, that's cold.
Oh, they were heading north.
They were heading north, and it was just like so cold. They were like, "Oh no,
We're
oh
going
no."
back. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it was so cold that spoken words froze solid and fell to the ground. I just see little, like ice cubes.
Oh my
Aw,
gosh.
And then you could fight with word bubbles.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Gypsy really likes this idea of fighting with word bubbles, guys.
Do it. So it was so cold that the snow was blue. It just turned blue because it was so cold.
Oh my gosh.
And
I love the descriptors for how cold it is.
oh yeah, I liked it too. It's like, this is neat.
My favorite so far is spoken word froze.
Yes, before they could even be heard. Just
I just imagine them in letters.
Yeah.
Nice block letters.
Like alphabet soup.
Yes.
So Paul found a baby ox. It was blue as the snow, right there in the snow.
Oh, he's got a good eye.
Yeah. He took it home and warmed it up by the fire. And it turns out that any creature that Paul would like take care of would grow.
Oh,
to very large sizes.
Just from his care.
Just being taken care of by him.
Somebody get this man an ant farm.
Yeah. Oh no. Probably feeds them. He's like, oh no, I eat a shit ton. You need to eat a shit ton too.
That might be it.
Yeah.
It's like whatever made him grow.
Right.
Just like the dog from Sandlot.
Yeah.
Hercules.
Or Hercules, yeah.
Hercules.
Let's see. If you looked at Babe for like 5 minutes, you could actually see him growing.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, that's how fast he was growing.
Wow.
Paul was a fucking alien.
No kidding.
Yeah.
So I like this one. Babe was so big that it took a murder of crows a whole day to fly from one tip of its horn to the other tip of its horn.
Oh my god. It's huge.
That's crazy.
That's enormous.
Huge.
That's a
Jeez,
state.
Oh, man, it's like Fenris from Norse mythology.
Yeah, it just keeps growing.
God.
He would eat 30 bales of hay and 1 ton of grain for lunch.
That's it?
That's it. You know? Just
Good
hay.
God.
It's like 2 fields of hay. That's a lot. That's a lot of hay.
I was going to say this ox is bad for the American economy.
Back then, it was a lot of wilderness. So,
Yeah.
When Paul was full grown, they say he was 63 axe handles high.
They measured him in
what?
axes.
Yes, they measured him in axe handles. For some reference, Cinderella's castle in Walt Disney World is 189 feet tall, which is about 63 axe handles.
That's about 63 axe handles worth of height.
Yeah,
That's a
So
big
he's-
castle.
He's as tall as the castle.
Yeah, and I'm sure that the height varies by legend.
Right.
And also, just putting it out there, the distance between Babe's horns would be about 12 miles.
12 miles between
12
horns.
miles.
That's the maximum distance a crow can fly in a single day.
Wow. Huh.
That is a horny
That's
cow.
No,
It's an ox.
Dick. sorry.
Fuck you, bird dick.
Fuck you, bird dick. All right. So Paul had some people that he would take with him on his lumberjacking excursions.
In his front
Okay.
pocket.
Yeah.
Just kind of dangling there like a pocket protector.
That's where I'd want to be. Yeah.
He had a bookkeeper named Johnny Inkslinger.
Johnny
Inkslinger.
Perfectly named for
Jesus.
Bookkeeping.
He invented the first ink pen.
Oh,
The first ink pen.
Yeah. Johnny
Made in
Inkslinger.
America.
Yep.
You didn't know that, did you, world?
No.
No.
He also had 7 axemen that helped him. Not that he needed
Do
it.
what?
because he's a bookkeeper.
What did Paul need the axemen for? Were they fixing his food all day while he's doing the work?
Probably.
He did have a cook.
Oh, poor guy.
That cook probably committed suicide.
Seriously.
But all the axemen were named, they were all named Elmer.
Elmer.
Each one's name was Elmer.
Yeah.
So,
That shows you how
Paul
important they were.
and Elmer.
All of them are Elmer.
How many
And-
were there again?
7.
Like the 7 little dwarfs?
Kinda.
That's kind of what I thought of too.
The 7 Elmers.
The 7
Seven
Elmers.
Elmers.
Now they would make a great movie.
Oh
Just
my
the 7 guys that are like trying to live their day with Paul Bunyan and
Trying
his
to keep
ox.
up with him.
Yeah.
I just show them in
And-
like his pocket.
Yeah. And have conversations. They'd have such a pain in the ass time having conversations with all having the same name.
Yes.
No, not this Elmer, the other Elmer.
Yeah.
That cook's name was Sourdough Sam.
Sourdough Sam.
And they had a 10 square mile kitchen.
I freaking bet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like that. Yeah, that makes
Jesus.
sense. 10 square miles. Absolutely. It doesn't sound big enough, really.
I like to see Gordon Ramsay on there.
Oh my gosh.
You call this a kitchen?
I call this a flapjack.
It doesn't flap,
Fla-
it's
is-
Jack.
His flapjacks look like the fucking ones from Uncle Buck.
Oh, yeah.
Flips them with a fucking snow shovel.
Seriously. Yeah.
Perfect.
There we go.
I need those flapjacks in my life.
Oh my god.
Like, to be honest with you.
God, I love that movie.
So these tales end up like telling the story of how the United States were shaped.
Okay.
So we'll go through some of those now.
Okay.
North and South Dakota were cleared of trees so it could be farmland.
Okay.
And that's one of the things that Paul had done.
He went through and he's the one that cleared
Yeah.
the trees. Okay.
Yeah. And then, as he's walking through Minnesota, his tracks, end up being the 10,000 lakes of Minnesota.
Oh.
So,
but that's another thing he shares with Pecos Bill. It's the story of how America was made.
Yeah, they're like literally shaping geography as they go.
yeah, as he was going through, Michigan, he was like, "Babe's thirsty. I'm gonna dig a hole
In the ground.
and that's Lake Michigan."
He just dug Lake Michigan.
Yeah, that's
for a
Babe.
drinking hole. Why not?
And he needed a reservoir so he could ice his log roads. So then he made Lake Superior.
That's 2 of the 5 Great Lakes so far.
It's crazy.
That is crazy. I didn't know he made lakes. I always just think lumberjacking and flapjacks. Yeah.
Oh, one day, Babe, was carrying a water tank up there, and he slipped. And the spillage became the Mississippi River.
Oh my gosh. The Mississippi was a spill.
It's just dripping down. Let's see. He needed to ship some timber, so he decided to dig the Missouri River, Puget Sound, and the Columbia River, just to get the wood around.
Oh my gosh.
It's a lot of things.
Just a lot of waterways. Just built. Yep.
Me senses pattern.
Well, that's waterways were big when it
So
came
important.
to logging back in the day, because that's how they would have to float all the logs downriver to another delivery station.
You're right.
You wouldn't have roads and stuff to transport them and things like that. So
Did they put them on a boat or did they just
No, they would chain them all together and then just literally just float them down the river.
Oh my gosh.
And one of the more dangerous jobs in logging back then, as far as I understand it, was to chain all these together. You would have to go walk out across these logs while they were in the river.
In the
And
water.
they would, they could turn or they could bob, and it was real easy for you to slip, fall,
Yeah.
and then you would get trapped under them like ice.
And they were so crowded together that there was no gap.
And and they would literally be like 2 miles on each end, just a flotilla of logs. So it was quite. That's where, if you've ever seen the contest where 2 guys get on a log and they start running it, that's where that contest came from.
Oh,
guys would do that
for
fun.
living.
Oh,
Or
geez.
for
The
fun,
sitting
but
part.
yeah.
That's where the actual activity itself would be a contest between those guys.
Good Lord.
Boy, they would do that shit for
Yeah.
Oh gosh. That's terrifying.
Computers in the workforce, man. That's kind of a
So there's actually a huge business where a lot of these logs would sink, and they would go under these icy rivers and be preserved, and the water would give them really interesting colors and patterns and stuff as they aged. And so there's a big market for people to go under there and pull up these sunken logs because they're perfectly cut for lumber and they were preserved in the cold water.
Wow.
And some of them, like a single log, will sell for like hundreds of thousands of dollars if it's been under there for like 100+ years because of the different
That is
patina
gnarly.
it gives it.
Seriously.
I want one.
You want one?
Good luck.
It's fine. We'll get it.
We'll go diving for one.
There used
I'll
to
make
be-
Gypsy's
there
toy
was
box.
there was a documentary about it that I watched one time that was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Anyway,
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Actually, in one of those rivers, there was a log jam, and Paul Bunyan was like, I can fix this, and he just straightened the river out.
Oh gosh.
He just grabbed the river by his
Eric's
hands.
like, he just picked up the logs, right? He's like, no, fuck no.
No, we're
That's
not
pussy
gonna.
shit.
So damn extra.
No, yeah.
Good Lord.
No, that's the easy solution. Let me show you.
just grabbed it and yanked it straight.
Jeez.
Like a rope.
Let's see. Another, Paul was also involved in the Grand Canyon. It says he dragged his axe through Arizona, and that made the Grand Canyon.
Nice.
Okay. Yep.
Nice.
Yep. This is Axe. Yeah.
Yellowstone Falls, which is a really tall waterfall.
Mhm.
Yeah, gorgeous.
Yeah, he made that as a means to shower himself,
Oh,
so he wouldn't be stinky.
there you go.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Can you imagine what his BO or fart would be like?
And how far it would roam.
Travel.
Yeah.
Mount St. Helens.
Miles.
It's gone. Gone.
He made Pikes Peak so he could look out over his work.
Oh,
Pikes Peak is a mountain.
Yes.
Yeah.
he made a mountain.
Made a
Good
mountain.
guess. Good guess, Eric.
I was figuring this guy is a lot bigger than I thought he was going in.
It's enormous.
Tall Tale did not prepare me for this.
It was the Wisconsin River that he straightened out.
Oh my gosh, that's a big river.
Let's see. The Grand Teton Mountain Range came about when him and Babe were just playing around, playing a little rough, a little roughhousing.
Here is a nice picture of Pikes Peak.
It's a fucking big mountain.
Yeah.
And then just made a mountain range by playing Good Lord. He did a lot of geography on behalf of Babe. Yeah, a lot for that. That's love right there.
Shows you how much we love our animals.
There's some buddies. The Black Hills of South Dakota, that is where, when Babe died, that's where he buried him. The Black Hills.
The mound of his burial is the mountains. Oh.
Yeah.
Poor thing.
Wow.
Yeah. Babe also had a mate that Paul helped raise.
I hope it was as big as Babe.
She was.
Okay, good.
She was.
Eric had
Please
genuine
be of
worry.
equivalent size.
The logistics. Those horny oxes.
Those horny oxes, they do have horns.
So, modernization happened. There were chainsaws and tractors and stuff. And it made Paul just a little less efficient. Well, it's hard to believe because it's...
I was going to say, my ass it did. But then again, you know what? We're in the territory where the gas and everything might actually be cheaper than providing him food.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Speaking of efficiency,
he would require a lot of resources.
Yeah, so it might actually be cheaper.
The poor economy.
So he retired to Alaska, and he's still up there, I assume, because the flashes of his axe is what causes the aurora borealis.
Oh, wow!
So beautiful.
So he's up there, lumberjacking to this day, perhaps.
Just jacking it away.
Just jacking away. Why? Oh my God, man! I had no idea how massive this guy was.
Looking at these stories, I was just like, this is incredible. It's just so silly and amazing. And I tried to imagine like a lumberjack being like, huh, really?
Yeah.
Those things happened?
Right. Yeah. Just like listen to the old experienced lumberjacks, like pulling your chain and you're just like, what?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I think originally the tales were a little more subdued.
Right.
And then grew as...
And yeah, there was actually this guy called William B. Laughhead. He worked for the Red River Lumber Company.
Which explains why, did he come up with it?
He had heard the tales a little bit and then started making them like extreme.
Oh,
So,
okay.
For the lumber company as like a mascot thing.
Uh-huh.
But like, they're still just incredible. These stories are
I know.
nuts.
They are a lot bigger, taller, I should
They're
say,
a lot
than I
of
thought they would
a taller
be.
tail than you would think.
Yeah.
Lakes and mountains forming and Grand Canyons forming. I didn't think that this stuff would be mixed up in that. I was kind of like, when with John Henry, it's like just tunneling through a mountain, in a day. Like that's that I thought was pretty big. But these guys have stretched this shit to the sky. Good Lord.
And beyond.
Yeah.
Riding giant catfish, for crying out loud.
9 foot long catfish.
9 foot long catfish.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember thinking that was big at the time.
Yeah. No, we're getting into like Disneyland castle territory.
Yeah.
Like, oh my gosh, that was cool. That was so awesome.
Yeah, and you know what? I think it's very fitting. America does kind of have this reputation. It's not for naught. It's not like it's not, at least in somewhat true, of us being kind of loud and grandiose and big.
Yeah.
And kind of trying to be larger than life, which is fair. So it only makes sense that our folklore would kind of
fit
go
that.
down that same way.
Yeah. And what I find fascinating about this is like, kind of, I was interested in this because, I really like mythology and stuff like that. And so, kind of going off of this theory of like, tall tales becoming, legend or folklore and legend and myth and stuff like that, that progression. It's like, maybe this is the beginnings of, what will later be considered ancient mythology as well. And I love that idea.
Yeah.
And we're kind of seeing
it could
more or less the beginnings of
it. Could if,
in
as
a
long
new
as
way.
we keep it alive. Until then.
And keep telling these stories.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because they have dropped off in popularity as time has gone on.
Yeah, that's a good point. It kind of matches the theme of a lot of the stories we've talked about today, that the new
coming in
and perhaps, is that challenge or question of will it outdate the old, what will endure,
Right.
Yeah.
So we're just doing our small part here on Cult of Laura, trying to keep these alive till the next generation.
Yeah. And next July, when Independence Day comes back around, we'd like to do this again and explore more tall tales or stories centered around.
I'm sure there are definitely some more that we could look at for sure.
Yeah, I could definitely think of a few. And if you guys have any suggestions too, leave them in the comments and wait a year. See if we do it. But
Babe, you got anything to add in closing?
This was so much fun. Thank you guys so much for inviting me to be a part of this. Number one. Two, like, this is just fun. I had never really looked into, I had no idea who Slewfoot Sue was when Ben had told me, like, hey, this is, what we're doing. This is, who we're thinking of covering. What do you think of this one? And I was like, I don't know what to think because I've never heard of this woman. And then Pecos.
There you go.
Yes.
Did it.
Pecos Bill, really super cool. John Henry, I didn't know all that much about John Henry. I'd heard the name before. And then Paul Bunyan, that is literally, quite literally and figuratively, a story that is larger than life. That was awesome. That was so cool. So much to learn about American folklore as well.
Right on. Well, I guess that's a good place to leave it then. Or Jerry, do you got anything to say? You usually don't.
There was a couple hot takes I had on Paul Bunyan.
Oh, go for it.
One
I
is
wanna hear
not
'em.
mine.
No.
One belongs to a guy named Justin, I think. We'll link him in the video.
Link.
Oh, yes.
Will be in the description in reference to Paul Bunyan. Yes.
He goes through explaining that Paul Bunyan actually may fit the definition of being a kaiju.
Which is hilarious.
So he could be the American kaiju.
We get a kaiju.
I love that so much.
We get two. We get Paul Bunyan and Babe.
Yep. Yeah. Hearing that after all of these lakes and mountains forming and stuff, that makes sense. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Waves that take out ships.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mysterious powers, kind of.
Yeah.
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 I like that.
American kaiju. So yeah, you'll find a link down there. I'm sure that's fun. I can't wait to watch that too.
Yes.
Check that out.
I had to resist.
Aw.
I saw that on my own excursion. I was like, oh, but I gotta wait for Jerry.
Yeah.
And my second take is for the 40K crowd, I really saw a lot of parallels with Paul Bunyan in a Primark.
Ooh.
Oh?
Yeah.
Oh, just in general, a Primark.
Yeah.
Or, okay, I thought you were about to get specific. I was like, who? Tell me who. No, I definitely see what you mean.
He shows up mysteriously. He grows
grows to enormous size.
He's very efficient and the best at what he does. And
yeah, definitely.
That was kind of a neat crossover.
That's really
Maybe
cool.
he's one of the missing Primarks. Maybe not. Maybe I did a heresy.
I'm resistant to that idea.
Yeah.
It's just a cool parallel.
There are a lot of
there
are a lot of parallels. Now that you mention that, I think you're absolutely right. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
I'd never thought of it that way, but
Me neither.
most definitely.
Yeah.
Except for he was bigger.
Yeah. Bigger than a Primark.
He must have been the Emperor's favorite.
Yeah. Pumped him full of his Ovaltine.
Mm-hmm.
Where do the flapjacks come in?
Oh, I don't remember the flapjacks.
No, I always heard him associated with flapjacks and just eating massive amounts.
It's a popular,
Probably another addition. Yeah,
popular.
I was going to blame marketing.
Staple marketing.
Brand flapjack mix.
Brand, but it was popular food for lumberjacks. There it is.
Oh, I see.
Couldn't think of the word lumberjack.
Something that they would eat. Like the flour. That
It's very
they could
dense.
Just,
Doesn't require much to make.
Right.
Yeah, they had maple syrup, obviously, because maple trees and stuff like that.
trees. Yeah,
Yummy.
That makes sense. That is.
So
where
I would
maple
imagine
syrup-
that it was just a simple filling meal that they could have in the morning.
That makes sense. High calorie.
Bunch of carbs you're going to burn off later.
Oh
Yeah. Cool. Okay. Is it wrap up stuff time?
I think so.
All right.
Eric, is there some stuff that we need to remind them of?
I'm sure that there are. So again, usually we're covering 40K or oftentimes other mythologies and stuff. So be sure to check out the channel. Cult of Lore airs every first and third Thursday. Next episode is going to be back to 40K. It's going to be a Primark before
it is.
Yeah. Or you can also join Bailey over on Cult Talks Conspiracy.
Yes.
Every other Tuesday?
Yes, every other Tuesday.
Yeah.
We're doing Summer at Sea right now. I'm super, super excited, super, super terrified as well. Ty does always such an awesome job with coming up with these summer paloozas that we all do. And
Yep.
it's so grand. I love it.
Yeah.
Very excited.
All right. Can't wait to listen. And we also have another show, Cult of Campbell, where we talk about Bruce Campbell and movies that he's been in. And there's always a lot of fun things to talk about over there. Good movies, bad movies, so forth and so on.
We do holiday events for Christmas, Halloween, summer this year.
Yes. Yeah. Our backlog at this point is a library. Go back,
There's a lot.
listen, find something you enjoy, we hope. Let's see. Find us everywhere at Cult Talk Net. Leave reviews or comments or whatever. Just happy to have you listening, guys.
I believe we're launching a subscription service. Did I see something?
Oh,
about that?
yes, there is something like that. So you can, at this point or in the near future,
Probably by the time this airs.
support Cult Talk Net
Financially.
if you so choose. Yeah. So there should be a link, especially if you're listening on a podcasting platform. I don't know if there's a link to it through the YouTube stuff, but either way. So yeah, we're new to that.
$3 a month or whatever it is.
I'm not sure what the details are.
We just got messages on this, so we're trying to squeeze it in just in case.
Yeah.
But you can now financially support us through subscriptions. We'd appreciate it if you do. If you don't, that's fine.
Yeah. We appreciate your listen anyway. If you've made it this far, I really appreciate you because heck yeah.
Hope you
Welcome
learned
to the
something.
fold. Yeah, I hope you did. So, because that's what we're here for. We're hoping you did too. I think that about covers it.
That
So,
sounds like a good place to end it.
Happy 4th of July,
That is
everybody.
the ending right there.
Yeah.
I hope everybody had a happy 4th of July.
Yeah.
We are the greatest country on earth. We always will be. Suck my dick.
If you are listening from another country, Ben's
We're still
not
better.
necessarily
Still
reflect-
better.
Just happy to be here and celebrating and everything. So
We are absolutely.
Yeah.
It's our birthday. We can be a little bitchy if we want to.
We can be. There you go.
I mean, that's what I say.
But as always, we are grateful for you guys joining us here on Cult of Lore. We will see you next time. Until then, I'm Ben.
I'm Eric.
I'm Bailey.
I'm going to go spit on a catfish.
File access granted.
Hello, all you believers, idealists, skeptics, and all those who question the universe around them. I'm Bailey.
And I'm Ty. And this is Cult Talks Conspiracy. We're done with Summer at Sea.
Yeah.
We're back on shore.
Yes, finally.
We just celebrated our 1-year anniversary.
And we did it abroad.
Today is Bailey's birthday.
It is. I'm an old hag. Not really. I don't know. I think aging is absolutely, like, in theory, I think aging is beautiful because, like, it shows your years and it shows your wisdom and experience. But also, like, I started getting gray hair.
Yeah,
and I'm not cool with it. Like, I'm only 27. It's like, I blame you guys. Like, there is a gray hair spot that is just Cult Talk Net. So it's the shortest section.
It is the worst. I hate getting old so much. But I luckily I age pretty good. I don't want to toot my horn, but
you're
I
like a
age pretty
fine
good.
wine, Ty.
Yeah, most people assume I'm like in my 20s still. So
I know
I'll take it.
people think I'm the older one between Ben and I, and then they back it up with like, "Oh, you're just so mature," and I'm like, thanks.
Whenever anyone asks me my age, I just whatever they say, I just let it. That's what age. I am. Most people always say like 27, 28. I'm like, that's what I am.
Like, yeah, that's right. Thank you.
I'll take it. Yep.
Yes.
I always just let that go.
Yep.
But what are we talking about today? What did you want to talk about here on your birthday, Bailey?
One of my favorite things ever. This is
Okay.
probably like the grandpapa of conspiracies. We are talking about reptilians today, guys.
Woo!
I'm so excited. There is so many beebs and bobs and turns and roundabouts and whatnot.
The Beebs is a reptile?
The Beebs is a reptile, actually. Overall, I mean, I shouldn't say he is a reptile. He is, in theory, a reptile, along with very many others. But I don't think he is one, to be honest with you. I don't think he is one.
You don't think so?
No, I think his wife is more likely to be a reptile, and she's feeding off him.
She's Stephen Baldwin's kid, isn't
Is she really?
Yeah, Stephen Baldwin for sure.
Yeah, I think
She's part of a different group, I think.
See, exactly. There we go.
But,
Case in point.
yeah.
Done.
Yeah, the reptiles really failed Stephen Baldwin. I think, in this case. He must have gotten the boot.
He was part of the lesser bloodline. That's that's like cousin Jimmy over there. Like, we don't fuck with him. But I love this conspiracy. I heard this conspiracy. I don't remember an exact time when I heard this one, but I was just always aware of it and just always thought it was freaking awesome and cool. So I was like, what better time to talk about this than on a day where it's all about me and we're going to talk about reptilians.
Absolutely.
So we've got I'm not going to lie to you guys. It's a beefy boy. It's this one we're probably going to revisit a bit too, because we're going to touch on each different topic here and we'll talk about it more. There's really no corner of the earth that the reptilian theory has not touched. And I mean, in culture, religion, finance, people in power, obviously, even down to small communities around different countries. Like, there's no corner that it doesn't touch. So this is definitely something we can do a lot more with. You guys are just going to have to let us know.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is a big one. I mean, I know it kind of has legs all over the place. It kind of dips into all kinds of different conspiracies, and it's a pretty elaborate web that the reptilian conspiracy goes through.
Oh yeah, and I mean it's freaking wild, man. It is wild. I have purchased so many books, and I am probably on so many lists now, but it's fine because I did it all in the name of research. So.
Yeah, you gotta make sacrifices.
Exactly.
Exactly. It is what it is.
It's fine. It's fine.
It comes with having a conspiracy podcast.
Yep. Nope. There's
I'm sure if you look at my history, there's some very questionable websites I've had to go on with these fucking white supremacists that keep coming up everything I do. So.
Listen, everyone on Cult Talk Net is on some form of government list. Let's all just make peace with it. We're all on the list somewhere. Even Essie. I bet Essie's on that list before Cult Talk's conspiracy.
They're on to us.
Love you, Essie.
he is foreign, so.
Oh, that's right. He's Canadian. He's our little Canadian bacon slice.
What? Yep. So you never know. He might be on something, some form of list. I just watched Oppenheimer.
Oh, how was it?
Oh, Oppenheimer was great. Yeah, we're recording this in the past, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
I just watched Oppenheimer in theaters, and that was, there's some shady stuff in that. So that's a good one. You guys want to check that out?
Nice.
I'm sure people already have. This is 2 months after.
Oh yeah,
Oppenheimer came out, so hopefully you've seen it by now.
Oh yeah,
it's a fantastic movie.
I can't wait to go see it. As of recording, I have not seen it yet. However,
you gotta see it in IMAX.
Yes.
It was
beautiful.
filmed for IMAX, and it
was it really?
Shows. Oh yeah, it was filmed with IMAX cameras. Yeah, so it was filmed to be seen in IMAX. So you got to go see it in IMAX.
Yes, cute little date night.
Yeah,
Love
there
it.
you go.
Love it. Well, I think I'm definitely ready to unseal this file. What about you, Ty? Are you ready to?
I'm ready to find out all about these evil reptilians. I definitely want to be awakened to what the strings they're pulling.
It's red pill time, baby.
Oh yeah. Oof, that's scary.
So, without any further ado, it is time to unseal file number 026, Reptilian Rule. Okay, so like I said earlier, this is going to go down a whole lot of different turns. We're going to be talking about a little bit of every kind of piece of the world and aspects that go into running the world as well. But first, because me personally, and Ty, I don't know about you, we hear a lot about like the reptilians and who might be a reptilian and how they run the world and everything, but we don't really hear a whole lot about the foundation of where they came from. So there is a lovely, lovely, lovely book who goes into the details of the origins of the reptilian. That book is called Alien World Order, and that is by Lynn Caston. I listened to it on Audible. It's absolutely amazing. We will link it in the description. It will open your eyes. For the reptilian race and home planet, they actually come from a planet called the Green World, and they're
we're actually getting like that's it. I've never
we get in the
delved
deets.
into the. Okay, cool. I'm really interested in that because I know the first time I heard about reptilians was in like an alien book when I was in elementary school. We had a book. There was some book in the school library that had like an alien section that showed all the different kinds of aliens, and they talked about greys and humanoids and reptilians. That's the first time I ever heard of reptilians. Was there just as an alien race?
Yeah.
So I'm very interested in this.
Awesome. Did it have like the chart, kind of like an evolutionary chart of like going from like little reptile all the way to like big reptilian?
No, it didn't have that.
Cool.
I remember it just talking about like reptilians were like the most malevolent of all the species. Like, humanoids are usually pretty peaceful. Greys are kind of like the middle ground. They can be, one or the other, but it was like reptilians are always just like, there's just bad things that come with reptilians.
No, they're not nice people.
I remember that really sticking out to me as like reptilians were like the most evil of all the alien species that people reported.
They're not nice.
No one has ever reported like a good interaction with reptilians.
Ooh, interesting. We're going to talk about that. There's been, especially here recently, there's been a lot where like people are like just inherently afraid of these, like the thought or even mere mention of reptilians, which is very interesting. And we're gonna dive a little bit deeper because this does come from their origin and kind of a little bit about their nature as well. So they're from a planet called the Green World, and they actually spawn from a race, or their race is actually called the Keb. And the Green World is actually like solar systems away. Like it's actually in the Dracos solar system. And their like home world is called Eridanus. So way, 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 way far out there, like light years out there. So, and the Keb would actually go on to parent a race called the Nek. Very, very important because pretty much you're going to hear different races of reptilians through this, and it's going to be like the Keb human, the Keb themselves, who are the higher beings, the Nek, who are directly under them, and then we have the Nek Kebs, which are like hybrids of the Keb and the Nek.
Okay. Very, very complex.
Very complex.
I'll try to remember that.
I mean, dude, we're going to go through it, but I mean, that's just showing you like how in depth this history went. And Castor wrote this book from the tellings of Robert Morning Sky, who was part Apache and part Hopi. And he actually wrote several books, one of them being the Terra Papers and more. And he got these stories of the reptilians, Morning Sky did, from his grandfather, who I believe was Apache. I think he was Apache. If I'm wrong on that, guys, correct me. I'm sorry. But the grandfather got these stories because he and 6 other of his friends found a UFO crash and found an ET survivor as a part of this UFO crash. Now, this is actually way before Roswell as well.
Whoa,
but
this predates Roswell.
This predates Roswell, but the funny thing is it still occurs in New Mexico.
Something with New Mexico.
There's something there. Listen, there is a reason one of the biggest nuclear power plants is in New Mexico. Los Alamos, New Mexico.
Yeah.
So
Oppenheimer, I know about it.
Yes.
I'm an expert on this.
We are experts.
Yeah, yeah.
So they found this ET survivor, the 6 Apache. It is Apache. Past Bailey put that in her notes. Thank you, Past Bailey. So the 6 Apache friends, including Morning Sky's grandfather, took the ET and basically like nursed him back to health. And like took care of him. And it's stated or
stand-up guys.
I know, right? Like that is, you know what? That good for y'all. Good for y'all. Y'all may have declared peace. Like y'all may have saved us from an invasion. Thank you very much. Like we're very, very happy. So, but it was believed that the ET was human-like and had some way of communicating with the 6 men, whether that be telepathic, whether that be through our own language. It's not really clear. However, it was believed that they were able to communicate between one another because this ET survivor would, number one, remain in contact with the 6 Apache throughout their entire lives. And number 2, would pretty much tell a complete history of the world that he came from to the 6 Apache.
Wow.
So, like call that like a freaking, like, thank you. Like, I'm going to tell you about this whole other world that I come from. And just like, why is that not in the history books? Thank you. I mean, I've
never heard of this story. This is very interesting. I've never heard of this at all. I've never heard of this encounter.
It's freaking crazy. It is insane. This book was a red pill moment, let me tell you. Because I was sitting there listening to it and I had Ben listening to it with me. And he's like, oh my God, because there's just there's just so much that the reptilians in this book have in similarity to some of the ways that some of the things, higher up things are run today. And it's just, I don't want to give too much away, but it's because we're going to talk about a little bit about it, but it's crazy. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, there is I think that's the most ominous part of the whole reptilian theory is when you start like reading things and you're able to put the piece together, which that's with all conspiracy.
Oh yeah.
Putting the pieces in the right place, but it gets pretty scary with the reptilian stuff. Like I kind of, will scoff at some people that believe in certain things, but like reptilian stuff, I'm like, it's a slippery slope.
It is.
Yes, it is.
I did find that 20% of Americans believe in reptilians.
That is crazy,
like
but not shocking.
Like how people believe in Jesus, they believe in reptilians. Like it's like, and I mean, it's freaking crazy. I don't know.
Jesus.
I don't know. Maybe Jesus is a reptilian.
Could be.
I might get in trouble for that one. We'll see. We'll find out. Let me know if you think Jesus is a reptilian. So, back to Grandpapa and his 6 amazing friends, or his 5 amazing friends, because it was 6, including Grandpapa. They would go on and communicate with this surviving ET, who they would find his name is actually Bekti. They also called him like the sky philosopher or the sky teacher or something of that nature. I don't remember exactly, but he had many names after that. So Bekti would go on to tell about these creatures and where, his line of origin had originated from. And he would actually go on to say that his lineage came from dragonflies.
Oh, the bugs.
The bugs.
Oh.
Not where I thought this was going to originate from, but here we are.
Not at all.
So, and then over time, these beings would evolve and morph into a more humanoid form, but keep certain aspects of their either insect or reptilian form. It was just that Bekti's lineage originated from dragonflies, but there also were reptilians as well. Okay. Which I think may be the main difference between the Keb and the Neck, possibly.
Okay. Is that just their origin?
I think. I wasn't really clear on that in the book, but that's my own personal theory. So.
Why not?
I know, why not? Like, it kind of makes sense. One's this and the other. So he would note that their physical features were noted as both dangerous and attractive, which is really weird. But
but they had like smooth curves to their body. They had sharp claws. They had this like very graceful, almost floating aspect when they walked. And they had notably a mouth that was full of sharp teeth that when the mouth closed, it looked like their mouth just completely disappeared. So everything just kind of meshed together, which is pretty characteristic of that of a reptile because, you know, like their mouth will close and then like you can just see the line.
Yeah, you just see that.
Yeah.
See, like the vague line of it.
So Bekti would go on to tell the Six Apache that he was from the Green World, somewhere in the galaxy, far, far away. Which this was his home planet was called Eridonis. So, excuse me. So the Green World is the planet, and Eridonis is somewhere on that planet. So kind of like a country, a part of the planet.
Oh, okay. So, it's just a different part of the.
Yeah. So he's kind of like laying out a map for where his story takes place, which is beautiful. I very much appreciated this detail, Bekti. I'm very happy about it. So, and he goes on to tell the Six Apache that this would actually take place millions of years prior. And eventually the Keb would become the parent race to the Nek. And the Nek were very much accredited for dressing in their finest garments. And they would really have that aspect of kind of floating as they walked with their enormously grand garments and robes and jewels. And if you're drawing comparison,
so they were like the affluent, group.
Yes.
Okay. The high class.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Showing up to
1%ers.
Yes, showing up to evening tea like it's the Met Gala. Like
interesting.
One notable thing about the Nek was they could actually fly, unlike the Keb. So this was actually
is that dragonfly kind of part of
yeah, possibly. I didn't think about that, honestly. That didn't occur to me that it could be a part of that dragonfly aspect. Interesting.
Makes sense.
It does make sense. But the fact they could fly was vital in their defense system because they would go on and conquer other worlds in the Draco solar system, which was home of the Green World. So they started nearby first on their conquering spree. So it was said that swarms of the Nek flying over would actually cover the skies in blackness. Like they would just go, shade. Just nope, the Nek are coming. It's gone. So, and it's important to note that at this point, the Nek only acquired male warriors from their colonies. So, and the male warriors actually fought very, very fiercely and conquered, the Green World and those surrounding planets within that solar system. So, at first, during their conquering spree, they would enslave those conquered worlds. But they quickly realized that enslaving was kind of not as productive and far less profitable.
Okay.
So instead, what they decided to do was the worlds that they would conquer would be allowed to still govern themselves and, allow everyone else to stay in power. And, we're going to let you, do your thing, but you're going to pay tribute to our kings and we won't destroy you. So
got him in a stronghold.
Got him in the stronghold. So they would pay tribute to the Nek Kings, which basically the Nek Kings established that money equals control. If you can take their profits, you can be in control, which is a huge theme with reptilian conspiracy and theory and whatnot, that those who are in control of the money have control of the world. Yeah. And I could go on for a very long time on how money is an absolute evil thing. I'm pretty sure it's the root of all evil. I'm not going to lie to you. Please.
No, that's what they say. That's what they say.
I'm pretty sure, man. Evil. I'm pretty sure. Like, listen, it's wonderful for like getting things that you want, but it's the people who misuse that bullshit that I worry about.
Absolutely.
Keb humans, again, more of the sort of evolution that we're going to go down with the Keb and the Nek and so many others. So the Keb humans would become a part of this conquest for power, and it would actually come to the streets of the Green World. And this was to create a financially sound front in the face of upcoming battles. So basically, they were going through and hitting their own planets first to go ahead and say, listen, this is what we're doing now. We are going to be the example of how these other worlds are going to be conquered. So straighten up, pay me. Like, that's pretty much what it was for everyone. Ruthless, just absolutely ruthless. So eventually the Keb would pretty much outlaw war altogether. So, because the Keb had enough. The Keb was like, listen, we don't want to do this. You can take your bullshit somewhere else. We're just going to outlaw war altogether. And we're going to live in peace and prosperity. And our focus is going to be on prosperity and happiness. And that's going to be what our focus is ruled on. Or our rule is focused on, excuse me.
Okay.
So, which I mean, in theory, that's a beautiful thing. I mean, it's gorgeous. I would love to live in that world. In theory. However, you have to understand the nature of the beings that you are dealing with. And that of the Neck, who then decided to start the Neck World Wars. We know where this is going.
Yeah, the Neck World Wars.
The Neck World Wars. It was actually called the first Star Wars in the book, is what it was referenced to.
Original.
The original Star Wars. So the Neck pretty much could not have this. They were like, it was against their nature entirely to be peaceful and just leave whatnot alone. Like, they are conquerors, like they're warriors, they're fighters, they are a vicious species. So this would not end up being where the Neck stayed, but it would pacify for a little bit while they got their plans together. So the Neck World Wars would actually start on a business and financial front. So they pretty much went internal, where now casualty equaled financial ruin instead of death. Which, again, going back to money equals control and power, that's pretty much what their plan was entirely. They're just now going in on a smaller front, and then it's kind of like a cancer. It's like working its way through the different parts of the body before it can become lethal.
Gotcha.
And now we have another subspecies, the Neck Keb. So they spawned from
another group.
There's another. Like I said, Beck T gave them a whole ass history.
Yeah, this is a lot deeper than I.
They got a whole.
Really went into it.
They got a whole ass thing.
Yeah, Beck T really laid out the history.
I want Beck T as my kid's social studies teacher. I think he would be wonderful. Pay him whatever he needs. So the Neck Keb would actually spawn from the bloodline of one of the earlier Neck Kings. So the Neck Kings were, just side note, were like the all-powerful Neck. Like, they were the most powerful within the bloodline. They were the most fiercest warriors. They were the ones with the most intellect, the most pull. So the Neck Keb were spawns of this bloodline. And they would actually be the ones to achieve this quote-unquote peace. And it can be all summed up in this one statement. And a prophet shall lead them all. Prophet. Think about that word for a hot second. And I don't want you to think about it in religious terms.
Okay.
So it was basically rulership through money. So little wordplay there. Yeah, prophet. Okay. Yeah, little wordplay there. I love a good wordplay.
Yeah.
Apparently so did the Neck.
I appreciate that. Yeah. Didn't see that coming.
That was a red pill moment for me. I went, what the fuck? Hang on, say that again. Like, rewind. We need to talk about this for a moment. So the Neck Kings were, obviously never really satisfied with this peace and tranquility, yada, yada, yada. So then they would begin to look for more and other worlds to conquer. And they would actually kind of delve more into their technology in order to get to these other worlds and for more successful conquering, basically.
Okay.
So they actually began exploring their moons around the green world. And over time, they would actually colonize them, and they would lather, rinse, and repeat this process until they pretty much had a whole association of reptilian moon bases across the solar system.
Wow.
Now, just as a side note, and we're going to talk about this wonderful gentleman here in a moment, this is actually really similar to Mr. David Icke's moon matrix theory, where
the moon matrix.
Yes. So just to summarize it a little bit, and this can be like its own episode within itself because it is like just so in depth. And David Icke is amazing in being able to go in depth into his theories and really explain the ins and outs of it. But the moon matrix theory basically is that our moon is like not a real moon. It's a base pretty much for reptilian, Illuminati, Freemason, and these are all just within the theory.
Right.
Not pointing fingers or anything. These are all within the theory. But it's not a moon at all. It's actually it's a control hub for which signals are being sent out to control the human population.
Wow, that's interesting. So there is a lot of stuff if you look into people talking about the moon, the idea that it's hollow. They talk about when the first moon landing happened, the moon rang like it was a bell, like something if you thumped a hollow object, it reverberated. All that wild stuff, what's on the dark side of the moon, no one knows. The crazy images people will post of supposed moon bases. I mean, that's something that's always really interested me is the moon theories. Those are very interesting to me.
Ooh, we're gonna have to dive deeper into that one because that was
for sure, absolutely.
That was also another thing that I had heard pray tell of, but then really kind of looking into it when David Icke said the moon matrix theory, because I love the matrix theory. I think that's why I like reptilians so much too, because that's reality is not what reality actually is.
Yeah. I mean,
Plus,
it's crazy too. It's nowadays, it's not even really considered a theory. It's a probability. That we are just living in some sort of simulation. It's wild.
That's scary.
It is scary. It is scary. Now a lot of scientists pretty much just say it's very probable that we are just living in a matrix.
Listen,
it's wild.
Listen, I'm already a very paranoid person. So I was both pleased and terrified hearing that. It's a very weird feeling to be in at this very moment in time.
Yeah,
but
it's pretty wild. It's pretty wild to think that a lot of people just kind of consider this. It's very probable that we are just living in some sort of simulation.
I wonder who's in control of this simulation. That's now what I'm interested in.
Reptilians, maybe.
Maybe. Neo, I need help. Come on. Need help. But not like the last movie, though. Just step the shit up, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
So the reptilians would go on and explore out into the cosmos. So their technology then became so advanced that they could travel at the speed of light and through wormholes. Yeah, that one. That's a hard word for me. I don't know why. Wormholes. It just doesn't sound right coming out of my mouth. I don't know. It's weird. So from there, they would begin more wars. So they would begin more of these conquests, and they would eventually land them on Eridanus, where Bekti is from. So now Bekti is in the heart of the battle. So he'd been hearing all of the news and whatnot, and now the battle has come to where he is. So they would go on to exploit Eridanus, and they would actually have many galaxies before. And the way that they would do this was they would create puppets within places of power, pay tribute to the Net Kings. All hail the Net King, King of Heaven. That's what it was.
Okay. Oh, okay.
That's what it was. So as the
God
next
kings, basically, they were
yeah, they're gods.
Okay.
Yeah, they're freaking gods. I mean,
Like, how are you going to defeat this thing that has already conquered like 87 million worlds before you and is clear on the fact that they do not give a fuck if you live or die. Like, they will die for their king. They will die for it. Craziness.
It's some loyalty there.
Oh, yeah. So as the Neck Warriors moved from galaxies to galaxies, they were actually found that there are other races of warriors across the galaxy that would not be conquered so easily. So the Neck King was not prepared nor happy with his warriors being defeated. So this pretty much prompted the end of the Neck World Wars, end of the Star Wars, where the Neck Kings would have to go back, regroup, and re-strategize how they were going to conquer more worlds. Because they weren't done. They just needed to know how to win.
Okay.
So this is when the reptilian Neck women were reintroduced to the battlefield. So many, many moons ago, Neck women were a part of battles and did fight side by side by male Neck warriors, but were taken out of the battle for somewhat unknown reason. I believe it may have been for breeding purposes.
Yeah, procreation. Thinking,
Mm-hmm.
You gotta make more soldiers.
Yep, gotta have them. So the Neck women specifically were said to be both beautiful, or all beautiful, graceful, and very, very fierce warriors.
Oh.
So a couple things to know.
Good.
Oh yeah, freaking
deadly combination. Deadly combination there.
Like beautiful but deadly. Don't touch it. Don't make it mad. So a couple things that we need to know about the Neck women. So number one, which really amped them to be able to go back into battle, was the Neck women, I assume through evolution, could now choose if and when they could reproduce. So biologically, they did not have a menstrual system. So there was no menstrual system or cycle. Okay. So if they wanted to lay eggs and reproduce, they could if they wanted to. But then, just to add fuel to the fire, that particular female who did all of like the groundwork for the reproduction would not have to be the one to carry and support the eggs. This was basically...
Okay, so you just pass off the responsibility to like a lesser... Okay.
Yeah, it was basically surrogacy. Like, I mean, yeah. So...
efficient way to do it.
Right. Yeah, like, so they could just, be out for a couple weeks and then, right back in and not have to deal with, laying eggs or doing any of that jazz. So the other thing is the women could actually shoot venom at their enemies.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this was a great defense mechanism. And it was actually discovered that when the venom was mixed with the adrenaline through biochemistry, during battle, that venom would become more potent and more deadly.
Jesus.
So even more reason to send these bad bitches into battle.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Why not?
So
put them on the front line.
Exactly. So, and the women themselves just had a reputation of just being vicious in the battlefield. Like, they did not take prisoners. They were double tapping. Like, they ain't fucking around. They're like, no, I gotta get home. I'm not dealing with this. Bye-bye. However, it would become apparent to the Neck Kings a little bit later on, not very much later on. Like, the timelines are kind of weird because not long to them is like within a century. So like within that century.
Yeah, within the century, yeah.
Allowing and bringing female warriors back into the ranks of the armed forces would eventually reveal itself to be a big mistake for the Neck Kings.
Okay.
So over time, the Kingsmen and their associates would all die under mysterious circumstances, including that of the king himself.
Uh-oh.
Introducing the Queen of the Stars. So she was the fiercest reptile woman in the battles, and she would take over the king's spot and rule the reptilians in the net. So she would step into this new role, informing the people in the courts that their king had been assassinated, and she would now rule the reptiles. Funny how she has all this damn detail.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So she and a group of female neck warriors, to back her up, had already proven their superiority over the neck male soldiers. So, and she would go on to assure the people of the empire that they had nothing to fear or concern because she was in control of everything. Funny how she has to use fear, the word fear. Like, ma'am, you're kind of, what do they call that? Projecting?
Yep.
Just a wee bit. But what's interesting is later autopsies done on the male higher-ups, including that of the king, would actually confirm that female venom was in their system at the time of their deaths. So, I'm saying she killed him, but I'm saying there was a bitch that did.
Definitely sounds suspect, that's for sure.
And now we get to a conspiracy within the conspiracy, which is that this was a conspiracy to turn the genders of the neck against one another. So that's just a side tidbit.
Boy.
That's wonderful. That was what that was. So the males related to the king in the association were all killed. Like, none of them got out. None of them survived. None of that, like, they were done. They were knocked out of the picture. And this was pretty much the queen's way of cleaning house to create a female-run empire.
Yikes.
So we are in this not together. That's for damn sure. So the female-run empire would go on to take over new worlds after an attack where the females would victor against strong male armies. So they were going after these worlds that were known to have races of warriors and just going in and being like, here we go. We're going to go win.
Damn.
Go team, go. And they did. And then other kings from around these different worlds and galaxies would, quote, admire the queen and ally with her. And, quote, my personal theory is they didn't want to get their asses kicked or conquered. Yep. And we're like, we're just going to be nice. And
that would be that'd be my theory as well.
Nope. Yeah.
Can't beat them, join them.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, we got to survive one way or the other. But very interestingly, and something that is also very prevalent within the reptilian conspiracies, is that of mind control. Queen would then introduce mind control, and she would do this through drugs that were used to increase the fierceness of her royal guard to further ensure no harm could come to her. So, the royal guard, which became known as the assassin, were warriors guarding the queen, and they would also be called the Waffen SS, like your Waffen.
Waffen, that's like a Nazi term, isn't it?
SS is, yeah.
Yeah, Waffen, I'm pretty sure is as well. If I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure that's I'm pretty sure there was a Waffen SS in the on the Nazi side. So it's interesting.
There are some World War II parallels with this as well, because the drug was called hashashim, which was said to have some of the same effects as meth, which, if you guys can recall or maybe didn't know, this was a similar tactic used in World War II when German soldiers were actually given meth on a daily basis to increase their performance.
Jesus.
Yeah, just drugging them up.
Yeah.
So
what you gotta do, I guess.
I mean, fuck. I mean, that's one way of submission.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
So much like the Neck Kings, the Queen of the Stars would go on to also discover that the submit or be killed wasn't quite as productive, because many worlds would choose to just be killed instead of serve the Empire. So the Mock, who were actually the guard under the king, much like the assassins for the queen, they were also dueled as bioscientists. So the queen would then instruct them to study mind control for the conquered worlds. And they would start with this by implementing a reward and punishment system. And then this would grow from only being used locally and local aspects to then being used worldwide with a lot farther proximity to where the signals were actually being transmitted from.
Okay.
So controlling whole worlds from a home base, basically.
Mm.
So what would eventually happen was the minds of the conquered would break, and then they would swear allegiance to the matriarch, and they would become a part of the Talk, which were a deadly army force for conquering. And like pretty much all of them would die for the queen. So once you have gone through this reward and punishment system, your mind would just break. You would swear your allegiance to the queen, and then you would become a part of this army where you would straight die for the queen without question.
Yeah.
So
it's like a beehive. Isn't that kind of like how a beehive or an ant hill works? Like, don't they protect the queen?
They do, yeah.
Not like
the drones and whatnot.
Yeah.
I gotta fix this.
A lot of insect references in this reptilian episode.
That's kind of what I found interesting too, was again going back to the dragonfly. That was just one aspect I did not expect.
Yeah, isn't there like insectoids? That's another alien race as well. I know there's like humanoids, insectoids, reptilians, greys, things like that.
It's a lot. It's a lot. I think Merriweather also wrote a book called Eden, Atlantis, and UFO Beliefs, I believe is what it's called.
Okay.
But he dives into a lot more of these theories and really gives like the ins and outs of like, because the reptilians are also closely related to Atlantis as well. There is some pray tell of reptilians being a part of Atlantis, and may have even been the ones that abandoned their god, and that was Atlantis that fell.
Wow.
So there's some of that in there. You know what's super interesting, and we actually talked about as one of our betas too, is this mind control. You know they put fluoride in our water?
Yeah. Yeah, fluoride, yep.
Like, as soon as I started hearing about this, I was like, oh my God, this is like the fluoride in the water.
There's some people that really don't like the fluoride.
I don't blame
I watched
them.
a documentary about it not too long ago about where there's like certain people that like go through elaborate measures to get fluoride out of their water system. But also there's like towns that have completely banned fluoride, and their dental foundation just goes to shit like immediately, almost immediately after it. Yeah, there's like a town in Canada that completely outlawed the fluoride from their water. And within like years, their like teeth were falling out, and kids were having like mass cavity infestations in their mouth where they weren't getting any fluoride. So it's an interesting thing.
Oh man,
there's a lot of different sides to that coin, just like every conspiracy. But yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. That was my first thought though. I was like, oh my God, it's fluoride, but also a paranoid person. So that is the somewhat 50,000 foot overview, somewhat detailed history of the reptilians, and kind of where they may have originated from. So again, referencing back to talking about how this touches every single corner of the universe, or of the world, I mean.
The universe too. I mean,
the universe, yeah. I guess
spacefaring race.
That's true.
Did a lot of exploring and conquering. So
conquering galaxies, that's for damn sure. So we also see a lot of reference to reptilians within our own religion and culture across the world. So
I think a notable one that, I don't know if people bring up a lot is, just like if you look in a biblical sense, you look at the Garden of Eden.
Yes.
Where man is tempted by a snake.
Yes.
Reptilian snake. So that's interesting.
It is. And it's also mentioned in Isaiah and in Revelations of the Bible as well. Isaiah, there's mention of the viper and the fiery flying serpent, Leviathan, who's described as the piercing serpent, the dragon of the sea as well. And then in Revelations, the great dragon and the old serpent, which is also compared to, or similar to, the description of the devil as well.
Yep.
And then we also see it in Hinduism with the Naga people, who are a divine, semi-divine race of half human, half serpent people who live in the netherworld, the Patala. And the Patala is a subterranean levels of the earth. So like they're way down deep there in the earth. And this is, again, from Hinduism, so India, Middle East. And the Naga people appear in one of three ways. They can either appear entirely human with snake heads on their neck. So I kind of imagine like a total human with like a snake head like necklace, I think is what we're getting at there. I don't know. Common serpents that appear around the area, and then a half human, half snake figure, which is very interesting. I wonder if it would be like a satyr. And the Nagas were actually said to be a powerful, splendid, wonderful, and proud semi-divine race that can manipulate their form, which is also really, really in there with reptilian theory, is that they are shapeshifters. And then we even see it again in Chinese mythology, where there's the legend of the white snake, which is the Chinese legend centering around the romance of a man and a snake spirit. Now, this one is interesting because it is the only story I could find in reference to reptilians that is actually good toward humans.
So an actual like good like encounter between a man and
yes.
Okay.
Yes. So what happens is this man, as a young boy, eats these beans that he gets from a vendor in town, and these beans turn out to be pills that are like immortality pills. And I come to find out he gets them from one of the 8 immortals, which are like very big Chinese mythology gods.
Okay.
I don't know much about Chinese mythology. I apologize. But so the boy goes back to the vendor, the one of the 8 immortal gods, and is like, I haven't eaten for 3 days. I don't know what this is. So the immortal god reveals himself and then is like, I gave you immortality pills. And then lo and behold, I would assume the immortal was just kind of like, well, if you won't be grateful, I'm just going to take them back, because he then holds the boy upside down over the West Lake and then like shakes him until he vomits up the pills into the lake. So he's like, if you're not going to be grateful, just take them back. But unbeknownst to them, the white snake spirit was actually in the lake, and she ate the pills, and she gained about 500 years worth of magical powers. And this would intertwine their fates forever. So many, many years later, the snake spirit would transform herself into a human so that she may go meet this boy who is now a man. They would meet and fall in love, and they would get married. Also, many years later after their marriage, a jealous spirit tortoise, who was jealous of the fact that the snake spirit had gained this much power so quickly and so easily from what he could understand, or from what they could understand, I should say, that he would give the man a wine that would transform his wife into her natural form, which the man did not know that his wife was actually a snake spirit. So this was going to be a bit of a shock. The man, thinking he had a gorgeous wine for his lovely bride, brings it over to her, and lo and behold, she turns into a snake, and he does what anyone would do and dies from shock.
Yeesh.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you gonna do? Hell,
I mean, you just die.
The least you would not expect that to happen. You would surely that would have just rattled every sense you had.
Absolutely, because he had no idea. He was like, what the frick?
Yeah, I'm sure that's the last thing he expected to happen.
But the story does not end there, because the snake spirit would then employ the help of a friend whom she had met among her many journeys, and they would go to Mount Emmy, where they would steal an herb to save the man's life, and the man, upon realiving upon the consumption of this herb, would maintain the love for his wife, and they would go on to have many more adventures.
Oh, well, that's
how beautiful! How beautiful!
Yeah,
that is the only story of a good reptilian, only one. I hope you all enjoyed it. Now we're going to go back to talking about something even more malevolent, which is the jinn or the genie. Have you ever heard of like a jinn or genie?
I have heard like kind of things about jinns.
Mm-hmm.
Genies, I just know like the typical mainstream, Robin Williams, Will Smith, whatever, Shaquille O'Neal.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
Those genies.
Yeah.
Sinbad, if you're from an alternate reality. But yeah, I don't know. Just that's basically where my knowledge of genies begins and ends there. They give you 3 wishes.
Yeah.
There's a movie I watched as a kid. It's a horror film. I think it's called Jinn. If I remember correctly, or Warlock, one of the two. I think it's called Jinn. Where it's a horror take on it, where genie offers you 3 wishes, and it's always something terrible. You wish for long life, and it locks you in a casket or some shit. Shit like that. I mean, that kind
it's like alternate. Like you have to be super specific.
Yes.
Honestly, fairies are a little bit like that in like Celtic pagan. Like they are not like fairies are well and good. I want to be really nice because don't come for me.
Don't want to offend the fairies.
I don't want to offend the fairies, man. I'm like, I don't know, but they are wonderful beings. However, they are very mischievous. And if you like ask them for anything, like you have to be very, very, very specific. Like there's also a thing where you're not allowed to tell a fairy your name because name is control. And if you give a fairy your name, that fairy can then control you if they wish.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. I never knew that. That's interesting.
It's wild. I don't fuck with fairies, man. I don't fuck with fairies. Oh yes, but genies and jinns. So these are typically invisible creatures, and they are actually depicted in very, very early religion, like pre-Islam Arabia. And they were neither inherently good nor inherently bad, probably due to that sort of trickster-esque, where it's like, you kind of have to be super specific with them and you knowingly have to be super specific. So if you don't do it, it's kind of on you. I think that's where a little bit of that comes from.
Okay.
But genies can change their form at will. So shapeshifters. And they do favor the form of a snake, but can also appear as scorpions, lizards, or humans. And what's interesting, and we haven't really heard of, is they can actually engage in sexual affairs with humans and reproduce offsprings.
Oh.
So we can get a genie Jinn mix with a human and it be like this magical being.
Sounds like the plot of like some kind of like YA novel. Young adult novel.
Oh yeah. I was like, YA, what?
Yeah. I could see that being like a Twilight-esque thing, some
That's true. That might be cool.
Half genie, yeah.
I bet it's out there.
Oh, probably.
I bet it's out there. But it kind of reminded me of the woman back in July who saw something on the plane and she was like deathly terrified of it. She was like, that is not real. It is not real. Like, here's the thing. There's been like behavior analysts who have gone back and have like looked at that footage. And I'm a little skeptical sometimes because you never know like the whole detail of that story because it was first released on TikTok. But the behavior analyst looked at it and he's like, whatever she's looking at, like she's genuinely afraid of.
That's the thing. Like, do we know who she was looking at? Do we know like the passenger? Is that like a thing that anyone's brought up?
We know that it was the passenger sitting right next to her.
Imagine if you were that guy, just like a guy, you're just like on, like you're just like getting on your flight, ready to go, and this woman just starts freaking out and like throwing all kinds of accusations at you. Like, imagine being that guy.
Oh my god!
Whether he's a omnipotent being or not, or omnipotent being or not, just imagine you're just some guy just chilling out, and all of a sudden this woman starts freaking out, making all kinds of claims about you not being a real person.
It's like men already have enough accusations they have to worry about being thrown at them. Reptilian was definitely not on the list until now. But yeah, it was the guy sitting next to her, and she basically like leaped over top of him to get away from him, and she just kept like pointing at him and was like, he is not real, like I'm getting off this plane. And she says that she saw him blink and expose a reptilian eye is what happened.
And like it's kind of up for debate still as of recording, like whether or not this woman like, you know, was kind of having a panic attack, whether she was, you know, sleep deprived, or she may have even taken something to relax prior to the flight. There's all kinds of things that could be going on. There's even speculation of, you know, it was a stunt for attention. But when you look at it and you hear like her shrill in her voice, like she is borderline in hysterics. Like that's the thing that gets me is like I've had panic attacks before, and she sounds like she's getting ready to have a panic attack.
Jeez.
So I hope as of release there's more that's come out on that. I want to hear an interview with her and be like, what did you see?
Yeah.
What happened? Bitch, tell me everything.
I'm surprised there isn't. Yeah, listen to that.
Just tell me everything. I'm here with my 420 mug. We got this. We will get through it. So aside from religious aspects and cultural stories and legends and whatnot, there's also been very, very many writings on reptilians. Most notably, the two that I'm getting ready to talk about next. The first being Robert E. Howard, who was author of the King Cole's Tales, which was published in Weird Tales of the Shadow Kingdom in 1929. And this story compelled readers of the serpent men who were created by an unknown time ago by the great serpent god. And this was established to be like eons and millions of years ago.
Okay.
So in this one, in Robert E. Howard's tales, there's definitely clear ties of the serpent men to Atlantis. And it's interesting because in these tales as well, they also focused heavily on sorcery and alchemy. These serpent men would practice. So it's like they're from Atlantis. They are said to have sorcery and alchemy, but what if that is just like super advanced scientific and technological practices instead of sorcery and alchemy, like medicine, tech, all kinds of different things? Because I mean, if you take someone from like, I don't know, 1809 and bring them to 2023, they're going to be like, the devil in witchcraft is everywhere. Which I mean, isn't wrong, but I mean, they're going to think that in different aspects. So the serpent men in Howard's tellings did rule over humans, but they were defeated and nearly wiped out by the humans. And the humans would go on to refer to them as the Elder Things. So the Elder Things kind of moved underground and got really quiet. And then they would again be discovered and defeated because they again tried to take over the humans. And they would actually be cast out this time. But this would not deter them from trying again and again and again. I should mention that Robert E. Howard's tellings are fictional. Whereas we've been talking about a lot of nonfiction, this is now a fictional
guy
telling.
Is like writing like novels or
yes, this is storytelling at this point. We've talked about a lot of true occurrences. This is now the nonfiction part. So Robert E. Howard, going on in his King Cole story, the Elder Ones would front as a snake cult religion. So shape-shifting into humans looking like ourselves. Mm-hmm. We are now the snake cult religion. And this would work up in the ranks of power and influence in their homeland of Volsea. And it would pretty much involve their plot being to have the serpent men disguise themselves as ruling monarchs to secure power. And then they would murder the human monarch and assume the role. And totally morph into that character and then be able to rule as the face of the monarch with their devious intentions. It would be that of an Atlantean barbarian who would be the one to put an end to the cult and the serpent men. He learned of their tactics and he basically Spartacus that bullshit and was like, we done. Listen, if you have not watched Spartacus, you have got to watch it. It is amazing.
I watched it when it first came out. I watched the first season of it when it was first airing.
I love it. Ben's watched it all the way through, and he said there's only two of the main people that survive, and I keep trying to guess, and I'm like, which one is it? Because I don't want to fall in love with a character and then have them die.
Yeah, that happens. Yeah.
It's so heartbreaking.
Yeah,
it's so heartbreaking. So the Serpent Men, after being destroyed by the Atlantic barbarian, would escape to Yoth, which was located in North America, and they would build underground cities, which is kind of shadows what we talked about in Journey Through Mount Shasta, where the underground cities in California were.
Yes, under Mount Shasta, yeah.
Yeah.
Richard Shaver talks about that a little, Richard Shaver talks about that a lot, about the Hollow Earth kind of stuff. So, yeah, that kind of stuff all falls in there.
Yes, and that's in file 013 if you guys want to go check that one out. Really great stuff in there. So the downfall of the Serpent Men, again, because, they've got to have, they learn in the hard way over there. They're having many ups and downs. But the final downfall of the Serpent Men would be when they abandoned their patron god, Yig. And as punishment, Yig laid a curse forcing the few remaining Serpent Men to flee into cavern beneath Mount Rumardith. So the Serpent Men did look like reptiles with scaled skin and snake-like heads, and they also possessed magical abilities. Some stories even do have that if someone was killed by one of these Serpent Men, their spirit would then become enslaved to that particular serpent. So what I imagine happening is this serpent, it has now taken your human form, and your spirit is now like enslaved to this serpent, now your human form.
Okay.
Which is creepy as all fuck.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
So Robert E. Howard definitely has a very interesting storytelling on the reptilians in the King Cole tales. Super freaking cool. Now, also wrote a story called The Nameless City. And this came out in 1921. And if you haven't figured it out yet, I'm talking about H.P. Lovecraft. I love me some Lovecraft. He's great. He's awesome. But he wrote The Nameless City in 1921, which takes place in an Arabian desert. And the whole plot of this is this man, we never really get his first name or a true location of where we are. Like
that's kind of like part of a lot of Lovecraft stuff, isn't it? And a lot of like
it's mysterious,
unnamed characters.
Yeah,
and, mysterious locations. Yeah.
It's meant to like drop you into the story, I think, just to be like, let me get you totally immersed. But he went out looking for this temple on a quest to pretty much confirm if the temple was actually human made, because in the village around people from which it originated with, it was pretty much like a curse. Like, they just would not talk about it. Like, spit on the ground as soon as you hear about it. Like, we don't talk about it. We ain't fucking with it. So, upon entering this temple, he would notice that the altars were in smaller proportions. And there were these winding paintings all on the walls that curved around the altar. There were also chiseled doors in the rock leading down descending steps. The steps themselves were actually very interesting because they were all narrow and steep, but most notably, our storyteller really could not differentiate between whether or not these were steps or footholds. So, like how over time, like if you're walking like up a dirt step, you can kind of over time create your own little footholds and path and whatnot. It was actually, it's quite poetic, this next line, and I included it because it is so poetic. As he was going down these steps, the wind actually blew his torch out, and Lovecraft describes the darkness as the unreverberated blackness of the abyss.
Ooh.
How beautiful is that?
Yeah, very, very poetic.
So as our
with words,
he's beautiful with words. It's amazing. There's sometimes I have to like take a moment and be like, "What are you trying to say? I don't understand. Hang on." Just for reference, I listened to this book 3 times before actually understanding like all of it in completeness. So if you gotta listen to it a few times, it's fine. He's a very intricate motherfucker. I ain't gonna lie. So when our storyteller reached the bottom, he actually walked around and he felt and discovered rows of cases made of wood and glass that were eerily in this similar shape of that of a coffin. So it was very, very dark, and there was a point in time where a subterranean phosphorescence underground light, which is created with like different minerals, and there's a whole process.
Yeah,
big brain stuff.
Yeah.
So through this underground light, he would be able to see the amazing murals that were painted on the walls, and these glass cases that he was feeling, he could now see. And he realized that these were golden wooden cases with exquisite glass fronts that contained the mummified forms of some type of creature of the reptilian form. So they were the size of a small man, delicate arms and legs, and hands and feet that were similar to that of a human. However, a head that HP says violated all biological principles. Comparisons varied from a cat to that of a bulldog to a satyr to a human. So
A lot of different things in there.
a lot of different things. And kind of Ben and I were talking about this, and I was just kind of trying to picture what this might look like. And we kind of settled on the satyr part being like bottom half reptilian, man and cat kind of mixed around in the middle, and then like the face of a bulldog with like jowls and sharp teeth.
Yeah, I know in popular media, reptilian and feline features get kind of meshed in. I know like the 90s era Godzilla had the same thing. The 90s era Godzilla had like feline, like a feline face, even though it was clearly a reptile. So I know there's stuff like that.
Interesting.
I've seen in pop culture.
Just give Godzilla like a ball of yarn in this new one coming up.
It could be, yeah.
Like,
It's like it clearly has a feline face.
well, cats kind of do that same thing too, where once they close their mouth, you can't really see their mouth. Like, I don't know. That would explain why some cats are fucking assholes.
A lot of cats are fucking assholes. I'm not a cat guy.
Not a cat. No, me neither. Anna has cats, and those are pretty much the only cats I'm like, yeah, I can tolerate them. Yeah, they're good. Oh, Kaluga too. But Eric's looking over at me like, what about Kaluga? Kaluga hides from me. Where were we at? Okay, yes, making comparisons of what these creatures looked like. Okay, here we go. So one thing that was also notable about these mummified creatures is they were dressed in their most lavish clothing and covered in gold and jewels and pretty much their heavenly best. And around these coffins, our storyteller was pretty much able to read the whole history through the murals that surrounded this giant tomb, communal tomb, basically. So they were a great race of intelligent beings and of status. And what's interesting is the village people would actually not mention the nameless city. It was almost like it was a curse within itself. And the nameless city, the beings there, their downfall would actually come when they were forced to go underground and they were feared and pretty much forgotten. Now, there wasn't much of the mural to kind of indicate what happened with their downfall, but what our storyteller was able to see that a human figure was being torn into pieces in one of the last painted murals. Which is super eerie because even in the story, our omniscient teller tells us that, points out, I should say, that he was the only other human figure there other than the one that was being torn apart in the mural, which is very creepy and just
absolutely. Yeah,
gross.
Pretty ominous.
It's like if you need a warning that these things are not going to be friendly, let's start here. So it was incredibly dark in this tomb with just that little hint of light. And then our storyteller would then come to hear a deep, low moaning sound. And there was a ton of wind that somehow was down there. And I mean, I don't quite understand how these things work and how there could be wind that far underground. But There was wind that was pulling him into the darkness, and in this epic battle where he struggled to gain balance again, once he did, he then heard a shrill shriek right behind him, and as he turned, he then met an eon's worth of a nightmare horde of rushing devils, as H.P. Lovecraft would say, and these were the beings of the Nameless City. By this point, they had evolved into being half transparent because of how dark it was down there. And they were actually crawling on the floor, which would explain why the proportions of the temple were that of so little, because they were about half the size of humans. And unfortunately, our storyteller was never heard from again after entering the Nameless City.
Damn.
So, that is some of our current, well, not really current, but some of our more interesting tales of reptilians. H.P. Lovecraft always really shocks me and surprises me, as I'm sure he would love to know. Just because he's got such a scary and eerie way of telling stories and whatnot, and love him to death.
Yeah, his stuff is great. I didn't know he had that. He had reptilian mythos in there as well. That's interesting.
Oh yeah. He touches kind of these weird, these very, very violent beings, I suppose, because he does the same thing with Cthulhu, and then there's a few other ones. I haven't read all of them yet, but they're interesting and cool. And plus, I love the way he tells stories as well. It's he's not afraid to get a little bit more vicious in his storytelling, which I love. So you ready to talk about Mr. David Icke?
Let's talk about David Icke. That's where that's a name you can't leave out of the reptilian rule conversation.
He is the grandpapa of the reptilian conspiracy. He pretty much brought it to the forefront. Little bit of background on Mr. Icke. He was actually a football reporter from England who had a football career. For us here in the US, that is soccer. And he actually ended his football career due to arthritis, which sucks. My poor Jipper has arthritis, and it's no fun. It's no fun. But Mr. David Icke really made headlines when he appeared on the Terry Morgan Show in 1991. On this show, he would claim to be the son of God and that the world would end later that year. Mr. Icke,
it's a way to make some waves.
I know, and he donned this turquoise colored windbreaker too. Okay. It was interesting. It's an interesting interview, but he does point out something very interesting in that interview in particular. And he says, because the interviewer, Terry Morgan, says, all these people are laughing at you. What are you doing? And he said, well, if I had appeared 2,000 years ago and proclaimed to be the son of God, then everyone else would have laughed at me then too.
Well, yeah.
I'm like, oh, man's got facts.
Yep.
The man came prepared. So Mr. David Icke would go on to write a series of books describing in large detail how the earth was being run by shape-shifting reptiles, and that we are prisoners of a reptile, Satanist, even pedophile groups. Note real quick, just to touch on that Satanist portion of that, there are a lot of encounters, theories, even retellings of stories of groups or of people who are suspected to be reptilian who have participated in satanic ritual and or human sacrifice. So this all began for David Icke when he actually heard a voice inside of his own head speak to him while he was at the store with his son. It instructed him to look at the books on the far side in March of 1990. What the books were, I did not find out. I need to talk with him. I need to find out what the books were. But this started all of it. This was the moment.
That's the catalyst.
This was the moment.
Okay.
So David Icke has this theory. I say theory lightly because I don't really know what other word to use. But it's called the Babylonian Brotherhood. We're just going to touch on it. So this timeline goes all the way back to ancient Egypt, when the founder of Babylon, Nimrod, and his wife
Queen Semiramis reigned.
Sam Raimi.
Yeah, Sam Raimi.
Yeah,
Oh my god, he's a reptilian. You shook hands with a reptilian.
I didn't shake hands with him.
That's right. That's why he didn't shake your hand. He was like, I'm not touching these humans.
No, you're thinking of Ted and Sam. They're two different people.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Two totally different people.
I was excited. I was very excited. I was like, oh my God, Ty met one. Like, is he okay? So Nimrod, I don't want to say Nimrod because that's exactly how it's spelled, is Nimrod.
I mean, Nimrod.
It's spelled. I know, but I'm just like, someone's going to be in the comments and be like, it is pronounced Nimrod. Like, Nimrod. So, guys, I'm sorry. We're going to call it Nimrod.
I would say it's Nimrod.
We're going to call it Nimrod. Otherwise, my brain's going to break.
Yeah.
So Nimrod was actually said to be a mighty tyrant and one of the giants. That is actually interesting. Because after a mighty flood, the Arabs actually believed that Nimrod was the rebuilder of the city, and he would actually expand into farther lands and build more cities. Which later on, one of these cities in which he built would actually be the location of where the Sumerian tablets were found. They go a lot into like the evidence of giants and whatnot, which Nimrod was said to be one of them. And he was also actually said to be one of the descendants of Noah, which is very interesting because he did rebuild the city after this great flood, quote unquote.
So there, I've always noticed there is a lot of like biblical references with the reptilian stuff, right? Like,
yes, shit ton. Like there is even reference in banned books from the Bible of reptilians. The Book of Enoch probably being one of the biggest ones. The Book of Enoch not only mentions reptilians, but it also mentions giants as well. And it also
juicy.
It also has a little bit to do with the Anunnaki as well. The Book of Enoch is something that we're going to go into far more detail in a little bit later. I freaking love it. That's one that I keep coming back to that I'm like, I don't understand how this isn't mainstream.
Yeah, how it isn't talked about more. Absolutely. Yeah, that's one that a lot of people don't really know about, but there's some crazy stuff around that book. So yeah, definitely something we need to cover at some point.
Yes.
For sure.
Just need to do like a banned book conspiracy. Like, why are these books banned?
Yeah, books banned from the Bible. I mean, that's a pretty interesting concept in itself.
I always hated that the Book of Lilith was banned from the Bible. I'm like, I want to know what you did to her. Like, tell me. I must know. Nimrod and Semiramis were actually both said to be of reptilian bloodlines. They may have actually been the start of a recent reptilian bloodline. And their bloodline came from, or were known as, it's a little unclear there, as the Titans. So giant Titans. So with Nimrod and Semiramis being of the reptilian bloodline, the Serpent Brotherhood or the Babylonian Brotherhood was born. And the bloodline itself would actually predestine those who were in power in all corners of the earth. So this leads us into finance and power of the world. David Icke has this theory that only 13 families run the entire world. And all of these 13 families, are of that Babylonian bloodline. So, big deal. So they are from this ancient serpent bloodline who, is of the Titans, who are descendants of Noah, from a mighty tyrant. There we go. So all of the families that rule this world have some sort of amount of this bloodline in their biological chemistry. And these range all over the world, from Western politics to the royal family to the Middle East. There is nowhere that the human population can hide from being under power of these reptilian rulers. There's actually a theory that's very interesting that each American president is actually selected by the closeness of their reptilian bloodline by the college.
I've heard that, yeah.
Like, that's interesting. I got questions.
That is interesting. I think it's something. David Icke has talked about that on a
Yes.
few occasions. Yeah.
Yes. He also talks a lot about the royal family, which does fit into the reptilian mold a little bit too well. As mentioned earlier, the reptilians, specifically that of the neck, had a thing for ceremony and ritual, as well as dressing in their finest and jewels. And they had one of the longest, actually the longest monarchies in history. We're talking about the dearly departed Queen Elizabeth II, who ruled for 70 plus years, being the longest reigning ruler or monarch ever in history.
Yeah.
There's also ties within the royal family to that of William of Orange or William III, who also has ties to Nimrod and Nimrod's bloodline. And there is something to be said for how long royals in general, I'm talking about through the UK, through the Assanati Kingdom, which is in Africa, also African kingdoms, Germany, and even China, how long those ruling monarchs live. Queen Victoria actually lived well until her 80s, when the life expectancy at the time was that of the early 40s. So she lived double.
I mean, you could argue with something like that. You could argue it's, they are a higher class, a very important person.
Mm-hmm.
It could be that they are subject to greater medical attention,
right,
and higher just higher quality of life in general.
Yes.
Just because the way they are kind of put on a pedestal. I mean, you can argue that, but it is pretty interesting when you think that the lifespan of these people who are in power greatly exceeds us normal folk.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The one of the recent, I don't know if he's like an emperor or a ruler, but anyway, one of the rulers of China, he actually died in 2014 at the great old age of 105.
Wow.
Like, woof.
Putting in the years.
I know, putting in that time.
I don't feel like I'd want to live that long.
I don't think I would either, honestly. Like, I mean, I don't know. At that point, you're just watching history repeat itself.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What can you do at that age, anyways? You're bedridden at that point.
Yeah, like
eating
you're
soup and stuff. I mean, I don't know.
Like,
just me. I don't think I'd want to live that.
Your family's down your neck because they're like, "When's he gonna croak?
Yeah.
When's he leaving? Like, give me that inheritance, Papa." Like, but however, David Icke has he is convinced that the Rothschilds are a part of reptilians, the Rothschilds family in the UK especially. And Nathan Mayer Rothschild did not help his theory at all, because this mofo decided to say to the public out loud, "I care not what puppet is placed on the throne of England to rule the empire. The man who controls Britain's money supply controls the British Empire, and I am in charge of the money supply."
Oof. Yeah, not helping himself.
Nope, he didn't help. He didn't help at all. Which then leads us into a very interesting process that David Icke called problem, solution, resolution. I wrote problem, solution, problem, and I know that's not correct. Excuse me. So this was by David Icke, and this was basically the formula for a profitable market crash. Basically, the people in power plan the market crash. So how do we do this? We start with step number 1, which is to create the problem and blame someone else. Right. And that way you are pointing the focus and the finger on someone that is not you. That way, when you report the problem to the media, you then create a public outcry and a public outrage, leading to step number 3, where the public has, done their outcry and had their outrage. They are then demanding that something must be done, leading to part 3, which is to present your preconceived solution to the angry public, therefore saying, "Listen, I know you're upset about the apple crisis, but what I got is grapes. Grapes are more expensive, but I ain't got no apples. So you're going to take the grapes and you're going to pay more because that's what you want." Then you act on the solution to solve the problem you created in order to control the outcome. So if you know the market will crash, you can then plan and control the people in power. Or you can then plan and control from the stance of the people in power. We actually see this a lot during times of war, where we will see two countries go to war with one another and then allied with the same country. So a lot of times what happens is war is very, very expensive. It can be detrimental to an economy. So what will happen is the countries in war will borrow from the same ally and then will become indebted to that same ally. So while the countries were at war fighting one another, this ally was getting richer and richer and more powerful and indebting both countries that were at war. So what happens at the end of that war when both the countries have now found peace? Now they're indebted to the same country, therefore under the control of the same ally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Too much sense.
Too much sense, man. That's what I'm saying. We're taking red pills today. I listened to that and I went, hold up, David. Hang on. We've got to, no. There's also just, and we can do a whole other episode if you guys want, but there is also a whole thing on mind control that David Icke goes into, especially that of trauma-based mind control that gets used a lot in wars as well. It actually became very prevalent in World War II with Josef Mengele, which, like I said, we're not going to go into huge detail about it today, but that is something that we can go into because that also goes in hand with this problem solution resolution. But the main thing is money being the control factor. The one who holds the money is the one that holds the control.
Yeah.
So with all of that being said, we come to our final segment, which is when it's going to get real creepy because things get real when it starts coming into our own entertainment land. We're going to talk about film and we're going to start talking about the lovely Mr. Stanley Kubrick. Have you ever seen Eyes Wide Shut?
I've never seen Eyes Wide Shut.
I haven't seen it either.
Kubrick's other movies, I've never seen Eyes Wide Shut, though.
I haven't seen this one either. I don't think I've seen any of his other movies. This one was in 1999, and it was a erotic, mysterious, psychological drama that was directed.
It's an orgy.
Yes.
Yeah, me and Mike actually talk a bit about that in American Pie.
Oh my god.
Because it can't somehow be. I've heard of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's an orgy movie. I know that. I've heard it referenced and things,
yes,
but I've never actually seen it. Yeah.
Beautiful. So basically, I have a 50,000 overview of a plot, but it's super confusing. Because here's the thing, like this doctor finds out that his wife has fantasized about cheating with him with like multiple men and like won't sleep with him. And he is like getting sequestered and acquiesced for sex, like left, right, and in the middle. And he like keeps saying no. And then he wakes his wife up, who then his wife tells him that she was dreaming of having sex with multiple different men in front of him. So then he tries to pretty much like round robin to try to get one of these acquiesce to act on their sexual, it's fucking weird. Yeah. It's fucking weird. So then he has this friend who is a piano player who is going to play the piano at this mansion, but he's playing it blindfolded because there's this orgy going on. So the doctor then rents a costume and a mask, goes to the orgy, gets found out, is told to not speak of his experiences and to keep this place a secret. And then like through all kinds of different events, two of the people, including the blindfolded piano player and then one of the women I believe he tried to sleep with at the orgy, are either dead or missing come the end of the movie. And then to just confuse the ever-loving fuck out of me, he tells his wife what's transpired over the past 2 days, and then the wife suggests that they fuck as soon as possible, and then everything is fine.
And that's the end.
That's the end. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Wow.
Stanley, you were going through a dry spell during this time.
That's quite the film. I've never seen that movie. I didn't know that was what it was about. I thought it was just gonna like.
It's so weird. I don't even know.
Thriller. I didn't know it had all that in it.
Listen, the only other movie that has left me this dazed and confused was Thanksgiving 3.
Yeah.
like, I didn't even see this one. Like, I just read the plot on Wikipedia, and I was like, "What the hell?"
How does this fall in the reptilian?
This falls into the reptilian because the orgy scene in Eyes Wide Shut is actually rumored to be a mild version of a reptilian ceremony. And what's very interesting is Stanley claimed to have pulled this experience from his own knowledge and from his own experience.
Oh.
So he's basically retelling in a very mild form what these reptilian ceremonies look like. And just to add fuel to the fire, unfortunately, Kubrick died very shortly after just showing the film to the Warner Brothers production. And
last movie.
And there were 25 minutes cut from the film that is yet to be seen by the public.
Wow.
25 minutes.
Yikes. Kubrick is a pretty controversial guy, and just in general, 'cause, a lot of people claim that he is he was the director of the moon landing. He directed the fake moon landing that people saw. That's something that people that's a conspiracy theory around him. If you ever seen 2001: Space Odyssey, it's a great sci-fi movie. But yeah, people claim that that's him. That he directed the moon landing that we all saw. Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin. That was him. There's actually a movie with Ron Perlman and Rupert Grint, the kid that played Ron in
Harry Potter.
Yeah, there's a movie called Moon Men.
Okay,
that's about that. It's like about that conspiracy theory.
I now have a movie that I'm gonna make Ben watch with me. That's freaking
After
cool.
Eyes Wide Shut.
Yes. He already told me he saw Eyes Wide, because I have this big board that I put all my research on. That's basically me just jotting down things as like I'm listening to books or videos or whatever. And like he saw Eyes Wide Shut and he just looked at it and he went, "I'm not watching that. I'm not doing it. Nope." I'm like, "What is so wrong with this movie?" And then I found out. Because I go in very naively, like, "Oh, it's gonna be fine." Like because he also said that he called it. He reportedly claimed that Eyes Wide Shut was his greatest contribution to the art of cinema.
Oh.
So, I mean, that's freaking awesome for that to have to be like his last film and whatnot. But that also made me like want to watch it because I'm like, what did you do? Like, what is the cinematography like? I have to know. Also, adding fuel to the fire of the reptilian conspiracy was the 1998 John Carpenter They Live. I love this movie.
Yeah,
Ty was actually
quintessential. That's like the quintessential reptilian movie. If you want to see a reptilian movie, that's where you go.
It really is. And Ty was actually the one that introduced me to this film. It's not often that Ty introduces me to a good movie.
I watch nothing but good movies. Good movie is all about perspective.
That's true.
Every movie I watch, I think is good. Well, I think they're all shitty, but I find them joy in them. I know they're shitty, but
I mean, yeah,
they bring joy to me.
That's all that matters is when you find the joy in them. But I freaking love this movie. Rodney Piper plays
Roddy Piper.
Roddy Piper, thank you so much.
Roddy Piper, the hot rod.
The hot rod. He is a good looking man.
Oh, he's my favorite. He's my favorite. It's Macho Man and Roddy Piper. Those are my two favorite wrestlers.
Oh, nice. He's got super tight jeans in this film. Like I was watching.
You noticed.
I did notice. Thank you. I was just watching and I'm watching how he's moving and like doing construction work. And I'm like, listen, I have a hard time getting throughout the day in skinny jeans. How the fuck are you doing it in those? Like, I have questions. But he would move into town during an economic crisis. He's actually from Denver, and he moves into this small town and finds work as a construction worker.
Yeah, John Nada.
Mr. Nada. Nada means nothing in Spanish, so I mean,
that's
nothing, John.
It's a very I think of just a very generic name.
Mm-hmm.
John Carpenter gave him on purpose.
Yeah,
John is like the most common name.
That's true.
Ever, and then Nada, nothing. He's just every man.
Yeah,
that's basically what the idea is. He's
really kind of sinks into the film like this is anybody. Like this is anybody here. Ooh, that's creepy. But Mr. Nada finds a group by accident who are making these sunglasses, which expose
humans and the beings among us. And They Live was actually based on the 1963 short called 8 o'clock in the morning by Ray Nelson.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
It's a short film or a short story?
Short film, I do believe.
Okay. Oh, I never knew that. I'm going to look that up.
Yeah. 8 o'clock in the morning.
Let's see what that.
By Ray Nelson for those.
I'll have to look. I have like the Scream Factory like definitive edition Blu-ray.
Oh, fucking cool.
I'll have to see if that's on there. See if
yes.
The Scream Factory does some awesome stuff when they put out these definitive Blu-rays. They put some crazy stuff on them.
That's fucking awesome.
I'll have to check it.
I need to know. So Nada would actually see that the humans are asleep and being controlled by an alien race, which can disguise themselves as humans, unless someone is wearing these special sunglasses. So to the naked eye, everything looks fine. But when you put these sunglasses on, you can see these like alien beings, which just kind of look like humans without their skin, like just a muscular form of humans. And then like you can see on billboards where it says like obey, stay asleep, reproduce, just controlling the humans. And we're just kind of moving through these motions. So throughout the story, Nada would recruit more people to wear the sunglasses whilst being hunted by the aliens for being able to see. The aliens can communicate through wristwatches, which I think is kind of cool.
Little smartwatches.
Little smartwatches. Everyone who's got a smartwatch, you're being watched and monitored, but you just don't
being
care.
Watched and monitored regardless.
We're being watched and monitored right now as we're recording this.
Absolutely.
Like they are taking notes on this episode. Like Bailey, listen, guys, I am within very good health. Just so everyone knows, Ty and I are very happy with our lives. So if we ever go missing, just know it's not by our own will.
Yep.
So the aliens would communicate through these smartwatches, which Nada and his gang were able to obtain, and they would actually be transported through a portal to the aliens' spaceport. Where
there's like some Hollow Earth kind of stuff there too, a little bit. Like I assume that's what these are. Liminal spaces, that's another thing. If you look in liminal spaces or endless elevators, that kind of falls in here with that. I mean, there's a few things you can correlate.
I just thought it was weird how they made the spaceport kind of look like an office building.
Yeah.
Like it just kind of looks like
a budgetary thing.
Yeah. Which I mean, I don't know what they look like. I don't know. They're probably like whatever you want them to look like to get you to do whatever you want.
That could have been just a budgetary thing. Like, hey, let's just some office building.
It was probably like the office building where their production company was. Like, let's borrow this ballroom right quick.
Yeah, because it was a pretty low budget movie.
They did awesome though. They did awesome.
Yeah, they did great on it. Great effects work.
They did really good making the aliens look super creepy too.
Oh yeah.
But they found that the aliens and the human collaborators were actually celebrating the elimination of terrorists, quote unquote. So, and they would find this friend that would take them through a tour of the spaceport, and they would locate the source of the signal that were keeping the humans asleep. Nada would unfortunately die fighting in order to get the source of the signal destroyed, as well as his partners. But they would get the job done, and the signal crashes, and all of the humans are able to see the aliens, including one unfortunate woman who was having a grandiose time, very intimate time as well. And then she looks up, and there's an alien on top of her. So that is a fright right there. Never know who you're dealing with, guys. Never know.
No, you never do. I remember like years ago on YouTube. This one, like YouTube was a little more lax, so what you allowed on there. I remember watching this video. It was like a 15-minute long video. This guy had like a frame from porn. But it wasn't like showing like in a graphic. He was like super tight on this girl's face as she's in the middle of the act. And he's like going through like frame by frame, like claiming like you could see like her reptilian form like come through. And I remember him like talking like, a lot of this also comes in the porn conspiracy, which I talked about a little bit, but not this aspect of it. His claim was that these porn stars reptilians, and right at the moment of heightened ecstasy, their human form will like blink.
What the
away.
fuck?
Like the reptilian form will like come through for like a split second. And I remember watching that. It was like I'm talking like a decade ago. Like
Oh my
when
God.
YouTube was like the Wild West, back before they like started before the Paul brothers got on here and ruined everything. But yeah, like I remember seeing that and like it always stuck with me because I remember like, watching like 15 minutes and like even like myself like what the fuck am I watching this? Like thinking that as I was watching it. But he like super zoomed in on her face, like analyzing everything. Like you can see like it was bizarre. But I remember that. But there's stuff like that all the time.
It's nuts. There was one of a bodyguard. I think it was when Obama was running either first or second term. I don't recall which. But there was one of his bodyguard and supposedly his face shifting. It's a weird video because, like, here's the thing. He's going in and out of different lights as he's turning, which can distort the face a little bit.
Yeah.
Either way, it's a creepy fucking video.
Oh, absolutely.
I just have my own skepticism about that. The creepiest one I did see was actually one of a man and his son giving an interview, I believe on CNN was the one that reported it, but I believe they actually took place on BBC. But this man and his son are talking, and when the son goes, and the son's only like 4 or 5 years old, when he goes to answer a question, he not only is like very stiff in like his posture, but his dad's mouth is moving in the same word forms as the son as he's speaking. And this is a live interview. Like the father came out and said, like, my son and I, like, we didn't rehearse it. Like, you know, people have come out and said, like, well, maybe it was just nerves or something of that sort. But it really does kind of look like a ventriloquism act where the son is like the puppet. And it's super fucking creepy.
Yeah.
It is. I've had to watch that quite a few times just to try to understand what is happening. And even the dad has come out and been like, no, we're not like extraterrestrial beings or anything
That's
like that.
exactly what an extraterrestrial being would say.
Exactly. Like, ignore it. Like, don't. No. So, did you go see Barbie?
No, I don't want to see that.
You don't want to see it?
I have no interest in Barbie.
Barbie
I was
me
like,
off.
I was kind of interested, like when I was like, because I like the Lego movie a lot. I was like, maybe this is gonna be like the Lego movie of Barbie. Like that'd be kind of cool to see. You know, maybe like, you know, make fun of it. But before I hear it's not that great. So.
I haven't seen it. I won't lie. I might not go see it just because, like,
I heard it's beautiful.
Oh my God.
I've heard nothing but good things about like the set design and the costuming. People say it's beautiful. Like they captured like the aesthetic perfectly. So.
Oh yeah. I mean, the fact that Tarantino was a part of it just told me that it was going to be absolutely visually pleasing. I love Quentin Tarantino. But the thing about Barbie, and we talked about it in the beginning of this episode when we talked about the neck and the female neck taking over and kind of putting the men into a position of lesser power, is their plot really resembles that.
Okay.
I'm not fucking lying. Here's the thing. The plot of Barbie is basically like, to give you a 50,000 foot overview, Barbie has to go to the real world because the girl that is playing with her is mistreating her, and Barbie's feet go flat and she's starting to get cellulite. So Barbie has to go to the real world to convince the girl who is playing with her to treat her nicely. And Ken goes along with her. So Ken goes to the real world with her. And in Barbie land, it is already a matriarchal land. All of the Barbies are in power. All of the Barbies make the decision. And the producer and director of Barbie even came out and said that Kens in Barbie land are just accessories. So there's that. And then after which, Barbie goes to the real world and Ken is introduced to the world of the patriarchy. And he is taught, you know, about monster trucks and, shadow boxing and just like all of this, like, bullshit stuff that it's like real men don't act like that. Like they don't act like that. Like, no. But all of that to get to the point of when Barbie comes back to the Barbie land, she and the other Barbies have to trick all of the Kens in order to get all of the Barbies back in power. So we then have an all-female ruled empire, much like the Neck did. So afterward, the little girl, who is still a part of the movie at this point, asks, what's going to happen to all of the Kens since all of the Barbies are back in power? Barbie then responds by going, well, we're not going to let the Kens have power until everything's equal in the real world. So we're going to take power away until power is restored in another world, which does not affect us. So
interesting.
All of that to be like, listen, the Neck women kind of did the same thing where they took all of the power away from the men, and then created a female run empire. Matriarch. Yes, thank you. That was something I found interesting that is like in super recent times. Now, like I said, I have not seen Barbie yet, so I could not confirm. So I could not confirm nor deny whether or not the intentions of that were true, but it was just kind of a funny little parallel that I found because the thing is the Alien World Order came out in 2017 and Barbie came out in 23. So pre-production of Barbie writing for Barbie probably would have started in 2019. So
2019, 2020.
So it's kind of cool to see these little parallels, whether it's a story being retold in a different light, whether it's just a cool coinky-dink parallel. There are all kinds. Our entertainment, our corners of the world, our life in everyday aspects.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, this, like I said, the reptilian stuff just really spans the gambit of things. You can find little tidbits of its influence or influence of it in all sorts of different aspects of conspiracy things. I mean, all the way down to, people talk about, New World Order who's controlling everything.
Mhm.
That's aligns a lot with reptilian conspiracies, disasters, 9/11, natural disasters, weather control, all that shit.
Mhm.
People kind of, equate to some sort of omnipotent force controlling and pulling the strings. That's usually pretty well aligns with what people believe to be the reptilians.
Yes, and control.
Which it's kind of crazy. Reptilians are kind of like a taboo conspiracy nowadays, especially because of the groups that have adopted it. So I mean, it's and even David Icke is kind of he's pretty out there with a lot of his claims. But yeah, reptilian conspiracy it's a slippery slope, as with most conspiracies.
Oh yeah.
You can start to kind of believe it. If you put the pieces in the right way, most things will fit eventually. Whether or not that's the correct order in which to put them in or not, that's up for you to decide. But a lot of very fringe groups. Have adopted the reptilians and placed them in different places in the world of who may be the actual reptilians. So, there's a lot of stuff like that to take into account when you're researching the reptilian rule. It's with every conspiracy. You got to kind of dig deep and find out who you're getting as your sources.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's one of those that so there's an actual list that does exist that's out there of people in power who kind of fit the reptilian thing description. To me,
most
it's
of them, I imagine. Most of them. I feel like it'd be like most.
Everyone's on there.
Long ass list. Yeah, I feel like it'd be a long ass list.
If you have any sort of title that is in power of any single person, you are on that list. Just so you know, absolutely crazy. And it goes to show you how insane this web can spin. Because like I said, 20% of Americans believe in reptilians. Where that belief comes from, it's unbeknownst to me. Whether they're pulling it from biblical, I almost said biblical lore. I guess, well,
it's lore. Yeah, it's lore.
Yeah, it's a lore. Cultural experience. There are people who have claimed to see reptilians. Andrea, I think her name's Andrea.
or Arizona Wilder is one that David Icke does an interview with, who claims to have been a part of one of these reptilian communities and saw a lot of, satanic worship as well as human sacrifice. Again, there's, references all the way back through World War II. Like, I mean, it's crazy the way people are like, it's reptilians. It's reptilians.
Yeah. I said it's with most conspiracies. Conspiracies, can fit wherever you want them to.
Yes.
If you just position them the right way, you can find a place for everything. Anything bad happens, you can equate it to the New World Order.
Yep.
Or the reptilians.
Yep.
Or ultra-terrestrials or aliens.
Yep.
Bigfoot caused it.
Yep.
Anything. I mean, if you believe enough, conspiracies have a home anywhere you want them to be. So
that is true.
It's all about just navigating your sources.
Yes.
Think things through logically.
Yeah. Like just apply a little bit of common sense.
Yes.
And then
that's it too. It doesn't take a lot.
Nope. We will go from there. So that is what I have on a part 1 of the reptilians. I could easily do a part 2 of this with going into different wars, going into the royal family as well. I am a huge royal family history buff, so I would very much like that.
Yeah,
but
you do love the royal family.
Do. They're awesome.
I never got it. Never got it.
They're so grandiose and just so dramatic.
Yeah.
I love them. I love it. I absolutely love it.
There's a show on HBO Max I watched. I think it's called Royal Family or something. I think it's called The Family. Maybe it's a cartoon.
Yeah.
It's like 15-minute long episodes. I remember binging that the whole series when it dropped, and it's fun. It's like a Family Guy type thing.
Okay,
but it's the royal family.
Yes,
and they have like some like the reptilian stuff in there. It's a pretty funny show.
Awesome.
Reptilians. There's another movie that not a lot of people have seen. There's a movie called Midnight Meat Train. It's got Vinnie Jones and Bradley Cooper, I think, in one of his like early roles. About this reporter, it's played by Bradley Cooper, who is investigating all these like disappearances on this train at night. This like subway train. People just go missing on this train constantly, and he finds out that like the conductor is this like butcher.
Oh shit!
Who's kidnapping lone passengers, and at the end, I'm gonna spoil it. Spoiler for anyone who has not seen Midnight Meat Train. I think it came out in 2009. At the end, you find out that the butcher is actually, capturing and killing these people and taking them to this like abandoned subway station that is home to these like reptilians.
Oh
and
my god!
He's like feeding them because they're like weak.
Oh
because
shit!
They've lost like all their power, so
yeah.
like, they're like needing to be fed. It's a really weird, like an interesting turn, because like the rest of the whole movie is like a slasher movie.
Yeah.
And then at the end, it takes this like wild twist.
Nice. Oh, I need to see that. That's like Dust Till Dawn's like that too.
Shit, it's the guy that did Clive Barker. It's a Clive Barker.
Oh, I like Mr. Barker
and stuff. Yeah.
Yes, I like him. He's awesome. I really liked the. Did he do the first Hellraisers?
Yeah, he did.
I love those.
I think the first one, maybe the second one, or maybe just the first one.
I love those. Those are awesome. Those are like good, just wholesome, terrifying movies. Just
I wouldn't say wholesome at all.
Wholesome, not a wholesomely terrifying.
I would not use that term at all.
No, it's not wholesome. Not wholesome, guys.
Hellraiser.
Sometimes I use words that don't correlate with what I'm trying to say, but they just sound good with the thing. Everyone does it. It's fine. I'm just going to admit to it.
But yeah, this was great, Bailey. This might be our longest episode ever.
I was not shooting for that, but I was kind of like, listen, this is a big one.
This was fantastic. Yeah.
I don't mean, and it just
you really went in on it.
Oh, thank you. It's one of those ones that it literally touches every corner of the world, and we could do. I keep saying we could do a part 2 if you guys want. We could honestly keep doing it and make it a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like it is insane. There's even like sub segments that we could go into. There could be a whole episode on just Mr. David Icke himself. There's London City as well. What he goes into with that, Wall Street. Like it is insane. The rabbit holes this thing goes down.
Yeah, it's a deep conspiracy rooted in a lot of different things, but. I think that does it for us. So for Bailey's special birthday episode here, we did Reptilians. File 026. Next episode, we got File 027. I'm going to be touching on something I love.
Yes.
The Simpsons. Talking about the Simpsons and the wild predictions and claims have been made toward them, and maybe they have some reptilians on the writing team there. You never know.
Maybe.
It's very possible.
That would explain a lot.
Yeah, would. We're going to be talking about that in the next episode, File 027. The Simpsons predicted it all. It's going to be a fun one. Make sure you guys follow us at Cult Talk Net across the board. That's Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook. What's the other thing Mike got us on? At Cult Talk Net. If you go any social media, more likely there's a at Cult Talk Net account there. Culttober isn't a month away. Less than a month.
Less than 1 month.
Culttober, and we got some big surprises coming for you guys for Culttober. So keep your ears out, because we'll probably drop some information here on the next episode, File 027. We'll drop some inklings of what we have in store for Culttober, because it's going to be a big one. It's going to be massive. The biggest Culttober ever, and we're along for the ride. So,
yes.
Keep your ears glued here at Cult Talk Net, Cult Talk Conspiracy. Make sure you check out our other shows. Cult of Campbell comes back in the Culttober. That's every Monday. Our Bruce Campbell horror movie podcast, Cult of Campbell. Cult of Lore comes out every first and third Thursday of the month. Make sure you guys check out youtube.com/culttalknet for a really cool full-length video episode they do. They work really hard on it, so make sure you check that out. It's pretty awesome. American Pie Slices, it's over. The summer is at an end, but if you're still craving that warm sunny weather, go back and check out American Pie Slices on your podcast feeds. And maybe, just maybe, if we get enough support, American Pie Slices 2 might come next year. You never know.
My stomach hurt laughing so hard at that. Oh my God.
It was a fun one to do. American Pie Slices is Mike and I's show. We just break down American Pie 1999, and we also just throw in a bunch of personal slice of life stuff in there. So it's a good one. It's only 6 episodes. It's really, really quick listen, like hour and a half per episode.
Awesome.
It's quite a bit. But yeah, Culttober, we're getting ready for it. If you guys are new to Cult Talk Net, Culttober is our month-long celebration of our favorite holiday, Halloween.
Yes.
And we have so much shit planned for that month. So,
we really do.
But yeah, make sure you guys check us out. Keep following us at Cult Talk Net across the board for all the news and info and teases and all the stuff we're gonna be dropping for Culttober. Make sure you guys follow us here at Cult Talk Net, Cult Talk Conspiracy, every other Tuesday, and also some special things will be dropping every now and then. But every other Tuesday, you'll find an episode of Cult Talk Conspiracy. But I think that does it, Bailey.
I think so. I think we've done it.
Everyone, make sure you wish Bailey a happy birthday.
Oh, thank you.
You can do that in our DMs or in our comment section. She'll really appreciate it. But I think that does it.
Yes, thank you guys so much. This has been an awesome way to spend a birthday. Thank you, Ty, for listening to my
fun way to do it.
My reptilian rant.
It was terrific. It was fantastic.
Wonderful.
But there we go. I've been Ty.
I've been Bailey.
Until next time, question everything.